never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
There. Looks like we survived another weekend. Because here we go. Looking at a Monday. Everybody's favorite day of the week. Not in reality, but... Hey, we'll work our way into the 18th day of October. I guess I could be the first to say, happy birthday to the princess. She said, if you dare say how old I am. She's 39 and holding. You know the drill? Yeah, right? Yeah, whatever. Hope you had a good weekend. As we get the new week started, not a bad night for trailer trucking around the country as far as Mother Nature is concerned. Now, it is a cool night, especially in the east. Yeah, I think I called that correct. Friday morning's program, wrapping up the week, heading into the weekend. Remember, I was wearing a short sleeve shirt. I said, by the time we come back Sunday night into Monday morning, I'd venture to say I'm going to have a long sleeve shirt on. Yep, look at there, long sleeves. And the AC is not on cool. It's been flipped over to the warm things up a little bit category. So comfortable in the Hotshot Secret Bunker. 53 outside at this hour here in Southwest Ohio. Well, I stepped out the door. It was a beautiful night, Friday night. We ended up having some rain overnight, but yeah, I slept through all that. But step out Saturday morning, it was like, I got up, put on the short sleeve shirt, T-shirt and whatnot, stepped outside, like, whoa, this is not short sleeve weather anymore. Had to get the jacket, Following rounds of wet, unsettled weather last week. The Midwest, we are in the midst of a bit of relief. And it's settled into an increasingly, things will be getting milder. As we wrapped up the weekend, we did see some temperatures in the low to mid 70s in the upper Midwest. And we've got a building area of high pressure over the plains that's going to bring a swing back to a bit of, believe it or not, of above normal temperatures in that region, which is going to extend into the upcoming week here. Pretty much dry conditions. We saw plenty of sunshine across the Midwest for the second half of the weekend. Residents of Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota, the Dakotas, looking for more seasonable temperatures. We saw Sunday temperatures climbing. Omaha hit a high of 76 degrees this past day. That's a big jump from what they saw just a few days earlier. So as we start the new week, we continue to bring a warm flow to the Midwest. High pressure continues to dominate the central portions of the country, leaving some maybe tempted to turn on the AC once again. Today, Monday, across the plains, temperatures will not disappoint if you favor the warmer weather. Kansas City, Missouri, St. Louis, Wichita, Kansas, and Des Moines, all will be in the low to mid 70s. Monday's probably going to be the day of the most widespread warming, where much of the high plains through the northern plains, 12 to 18 degrees above normal. That'll make some excellent conditions to finish harvesting work, or maybe for planting winter crops, or just making it to the local pumpkin patch. Farmers across the Midwest likely to get a jump on the fall harvest during this span of pleasant weather. According to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, roughly 34% of the nation's soybean harvest was complete by early October. That's a little bit above average. About 29% of the corn acreage had been harvested, about 7% above average for this time of year. Now, by Tuesday, another pattern shift will be taking place across the Midwest, as we'll wait for a southward dip in the jet stream. Then a closed area of low pressure will emerge from the Rockies Tuesday. That'll bring temperatures back down from west to east through the remainder of the week. But you can expect rainfall to expand across portions of the Dakotas and Nebraska, probably by about midweek this week. So as we start things off, Monday, Tuesday, definitely some good weather to get out there, work at the fields. Meanwhile, in the Northeast, still a bit of rain. Looking at a few showers. What do we see here? Zoom in a little bit. A little bit of rain there in northwestern Pennsylvania. It's mostly on the lighter side. There is a pocket of some heavier rain there in central New York, stretching from about Syracuse down to just north of Ithaca. Got some showers to the east of Rochester tonight. Aside from that, you get up into the New England area. Yep, there's some scattered rain in the mix there. But the downright dreary pattern that unfolded across the Northeast. We had folks reaching for the sweaters and the jackets and flipping that thermostat over. The combination of the blustery winds, below average temperatures, some damp showers, and even some wet snow showers across the higher elevations there in the northern Adirondacks. Kind of stepped out over the weekend and said, hey, did we jump into November? What's going on here? Saw that cold front tracking east across the eastern portions of the country. Cooler air from eastern Canada wrapping into the Northeast. So a chilly pattern as the winds flowing over the Great Lakes region. We saw some periods of showers in the Northeast. Forecasters tell us as that cold air aloft settles over the relatively warmer waters of the eastern Great Lakes, the airflow becomes increasingly unstable. And we saw some bands of lake effect rain developing downwind of the lake, Lake Erie, Lake Ontario. That trend's going to kind of continue overnight into the day Monday. We could even see some lightning or some water spouts near the lakeshore. Going back to Saturday, Pittsburgh had a high temperature of 66 degrees, a big switch from the high of 80 that you saw on Saturday, or Friday rather. Then Saturday overnight, lows dipped into the 40s, drawing temperatures closer to what is seasonable for this time of year. Tonight, a slightly different story. Sunday night, as the mention of the four-letter word comes into play, the possibility of lows ranging in the 30s across the northern Adirondack Mountains. The instability over the Great Lakes will lead to more than just showers across portions of northeast Ohio, northwestern Pennsylvania, western New York. We'll be watching for some snow maybe to mix in with those showers over the northern Adirondack Mountains overnight into Monday morning. Yeah, be aware of any changing road conditions in those cold spots overnight tonight. Looks like lower elevations are going to stay in the 40s. Pavement temperatures remain in the upper 40s to low 50s. But this mix is not likely to accumulate. Yeah, there could be a bit of slushy covering on some of the unpaved surfaces there in the higher elevations by daybreak Monday morning. The dreary weather for our Monday is going to be focused north into New England. Cool winds, some showers spreading across the region. Yeah, there's hope for the mid-Atlantic states later today as a hint of warmth begins to return. Sunshine spreading across southern Pennsylvania. Temperatures ranging from, say, the lower 60s. By Monday night, low temperatures still chilly for most in the northeast, even in parts of the southeast. You factor in the wind. Wind chill factors are going to range in the mid-30s to mid-40s overnight. Any lingering precip should be confined to Vermont, northern New Hampshire, and on into Maine by Monday night. Tuesday brings a little bit of relief, more seasonable temperatures, pleasant conditions throughout the lower regions there in the northeast. As the high pressure passes over the southeast, winds generally turning more to the west and southwest for Tuesday and Wednesday. That wind shift will take the edge off the chill. Skies will clear out. There will be a bit of intermission from the chilly weather in the northeast, but it's not going to last long. A reinforcing shot of cold air is going to be returning by the end of the week. So those who enjoyed the burst of warmth toward the end of last week may not want to miss out on this brief temperature rebound, because after all, average highs are dropping quickly this time of year. And that summer-like warmth may not be returning probably till next year. There you go. Meanwhile, out west, we've got a flurry of storms that are going to be marching into the west coast this week. A changeable mixture of rain, wind, and snow for some. It will put a bit of a dent in the ongoing drought, but it will come at a cost. We already kicked off the week with the storm moving into the Pacific Northwest. Gray skies, spits of rain that are typical this time of year, kind of a dreary end of the weekend along the I-5 corridor across Washington, Oregon, even Northern California. Now, while this storm is not a drought-busting powerhouse, it did prompt some winter weather advisories across the northern Sierra Nevada mountain range for overnight tonight into Monday morning. Snow levels expected to drop low enough for a fresh coating of snow in places like South Lake Tahoe. Across the mountainous terrain above the lake, surrounding higher elevations above 7,000 feet, maybe 3 to 6 inches of fresh powder. Now, there will be some headaches for travelers passing through Northern California's higher terrain. High-profile vehicles, semis, RVs, may need to keep both hands on the wheel, dealing with wind gusts 30, 40 miles per hour. The snow and wind should be rather short-lived across the Sierras. Snow tapers off through the day later on Monday. Then the attention will shift across the Intermountain West as another round of mountain snow is in store. Ski resorts across Utah's northern Wasatch Range, the Intermountains, or Wyoming's Teton Range, the Wind River Range, the Bighorn Mountains, the Laramie Mountains, all can expect to add on to your snowpack as another round of snow is slated to move in late Monday into Tuesday. The heaviest snow, which could be measured again in feet rather than inches, expected to target the mountains of Wyoming through Tuesday night, a majority of the higher mountains and the ski resort summits. 6 to 12 inches of snow. Storm max totals could approach 2 feet on the mountain peaks. Snow may then extend eastward toward the Black Hills of South Dakota Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. But attention's going to begin to shift along the west coast as another storm is set to move inland. An extended fetch of moisture from the Pacific will be taking aim at the west coast by Wednesday. From the San Francisco Bay Area northward into Canada's Pacific coast, another slug of rain and mountain snow on the way. Wednesday may only be one of a multi-day West Coast deluge, they tell us, from the middle to late week time frame. Wildfire season across the Northwest, maybe even across Northern California, may finally come to an end. Storms trekking across the Northwest in recent weeks, firefighters have been able to hold and or make advancements along the containment lines for the ongoing fires. So the rain and snow will undoubtedly be an assist for the firefighting efforts. There may be a new threat that rises as the rain begins to fall on the recently scorched earth. The charred ground, the foliage now has a limited ability to absorb rain. That means the newly falling precip quickly runs off. Burnt silt and other debris from the burn scars quickly turns into dangerous debris flows when you see periods of heavy rain. This may become a major concern across the Monument Fire burn scar area, the Dixie Fire burn scar, the Calder Fire burn scar, and many others spanning from Northern California and the Northwest, especially through the later half of this upcoming week. So all things that forecasters will be keeping an eye on. So there you go. Not a bad way to start the new week here as we close out another weekend. One thing we do see is the chilly temperatures, looking at some frost advisories tonight across the higher elevations there along the Tennessee, North Carolina, the mountains in northeastern Georgia. Another frost advisories through western portions of Tennessee tonight and on up into central portions of Wisconsin. Some of that chilly air spilling through the southeast. Meanwhile, great to have you on board as we get the brand new week underway. Our number, 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Now we'll get to some of the industry headlines as we get a new week underway. Lots of discussion. Yeah, the whole supply chain issues. That continues to be the dominating story. Pete Buttigieg, I think he was on Meet the Press this past day, trying to address some of the issues that the administration's trying to address when it comes to the supply chain. I get to more on that coming up here, but first off, it is official. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association is in the Hall of Fame. OIDA, along with trucking radio personality Dave Nemo and the founders of Cummins Engine Company, as well as Mack Trucks, the inaugural inductees into the American Trucking and Industry Leader Hall of Fame. A ceremony took place on Friday at the American Trucking Historical Society there in Kansas City, Missouri. No transport industry Hall of Fame could exist without paying homage to these elite inductees. Tom Mullen is the Hall of Fame chair. In his news release, he says the impact they've had on the industry is ongoing and everlasting. The American Trucking and Industry Leader Hall of Fame, honoring the pioneers of the trucking industry, whether it be drivers, company owners, or innovators in the industry. Of course, OIDA being honored for their efforts in fighting for the rights of truck drivers and small business owners since they started in 1973. So there's a brass plaque for each of the four inductees to be hung on the main wall of the Hall of Fame, housed at the American Trucking Historical Society. Again, other inductees, you had Clessie Cummins, the inventor and founder of Cummins Engines, the Mack brothers, John and Gus, founders of the Mack Truck Company, Dave Nemo, the radio personality, of course, on satellite radio, celebrating his 50th year on trucking radio. So the American Truck Historical Society 50th anniversary, that's also, in addition to the induction ceremony, the Historical Society celebrating their 50th anniversary. The organization, founded in March of 1971 in Dearborn Heights, Michigan, and moved to Birmingham, Alabama in 1977, and then to Kansas City, Missouri, its current home, in 2001. So there you go. Some of the events taking place on Friday there. Congratulations to all those first inductees into the Hall of Fame. Our number, 844-844-3388. What do you say, Knucklebuster? Happy Monday.
Happy Monday to you, Mr. Steve Sommers. I hope you had a great weekend.
Had a good weekend, kind of short and sweet. Didn't do a whole hell of a lot. We did, like I said, we did go out for my birthday dinner Friday night. Got treated by my mom. So aside from that,
All right, well that's good. Well, we got to wish Mama Sommers a happy birthday today, too, there, Rick.
That is correct.
Absolutely there. Well, I would sing happy birthday to her, but I don't want to make her mad at me. I don't mind making you mad at me, but her making her mad, that'd be a different story, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I asked you last week if you eat fried egg sandwiches there, which I do myself. That guy, he got one of them TikTok videos he puts out there, country as hell. Well, he got around to me, Steve. He said, if you eat fried bologna sandwiches, you country as hell. So I guess I'm country as hell myself. It's 48 degrees at my house in Olive Branch, Mississippi. But I'm telling you, I've even got my long sleeve breeches on. I put the shorts up for the weekend there, but it's going to warm back up a little bit the rest of this week. So maybe I might be able to wear them shorts one or two more times anyway there. So I ain't really got a whole lot of bologna this morning, or bologna, I should say. Man, I just been real busy this weekend. I had to carry my grandson to his karate test there. He went from a yellow belt to a green belt. He keeps on, he'll be able to whoop my butt, right?
Yeah, you're right?
Yeah. I'll probably let him anyway there. So, all right, man. Well, let's keep up the good work there. You're doing a great job this morning. And as tired as I am, you better have a great show. I know it will be. So, keep me awake all the way to Dallas. Have a great morning, Mr. Steve Sommers.
Sometimes that can be difficult on Mondays, Monday. But, hey, we'll do our best. Let me see. My stream chat wasn't operating there for about the first 15 minutes there. So for all those who chimed in via Facebook or YouTube, first one I got was from our old buddy Santa Claus out west. He says, congratulations to Kyle Larson. Yeah, he's our local Elk Grove, California NASCAR representative. So hello to Icebreaker. Morning, Steve. 45 degrees here in Northern Virginia tonight. And let's see, Dean is on board here, and he's replying to Santa Claus. Yeah, Kyle's my all-star driver in the fantasy league that he's in. Buckshot, waving a hand at you from Ontario, California. Morning, Steve, and the rest of the Hotshot Nation. Let's go, Brandon. Hello to Table Scraps. Morning, Steve. What do you think of Delta backing down on their COVID policy? Looks like the people are starting to take back their freedoms. Yeah, I missed that from Delta. I did catch the headline over the weekend where I think Southwest, last week Southwest had all kind of difficulties. But I think Southwest, I thought they said, was sticking to their guns about the mandate. There's all kind of lawsuits being filed in regards to masking the kids. Yeah, we've got some updates on those items coming up as well. Meanwhile, the supply chain issues, which continue, like I mentioned, continues to dominate the headlines. There's a report, I think we touched on it last week, that what is it with the crane operators? Some of the truck drivers at these West Coast ports are saying, stop blaming the truck drivers. It's not our fault. The crane operators who belong to a powerful union and earn up to $250,000 a year transferring containers from the ships to the trucks are worsening the supply chain crisis that threatens Christmas by goofing off on the job, says frustrated truck drivers who spoke to the Washington Examiner. The finger pointing to the busy LA County ports comes as scores of container ships, as we all know, are anchored off the coast, waiting in some cases for weeks to unload their freight. The Biden administration scrambling to get shipping executives, port officials, and labor to tackle the problem. While the reasons for the backlog are complex, truck drivers say, hey, not everyone seems to be working together here. One driver said, in 15 years of doing this job, I've never seen them work slower. Now, this driver who spent hours waiting at Los Angeles County ports for cargo to be loaded, the crane operators, they take their time, like 3 to 4 hours to get one container. You can't say anything to them, or they'll just go help somebody else. The Washington Examiner spoke to 6 truck drivers near the Long Beach terminal, the island entry route. Each of them described crane operators as lazy, prone to long lunches, and quick to retaliate against complaints. These allegations backed up by a labor consultant who's worked on the waterfront for 40 years. None of the truck drivers interviewed for this story wanted to provide a last name because they fear reprisal at the ports. Now, these crane operators are part of the International Longshore and Warehouse Union, which also represents longshoremen. Veteran operators who have a set schedule make $65 an hour and are paid up to 4,000 hours per year, which includes hours they don't actually work. We're talking about $250,000. Yeah, you'll see. What you're talking about is perfectly described behavior. This is one of the consultants of the crane operators. This is all a reflection of the management they have down here. The inmates run the asylum, he says. The managers all afraid to say anything because the operators are so powerful, they get management fired if they don't like them. Now, most truckers are independent contractors who are paid per container delivery and make a fraction of the crane operator's salary. They only arrive at the docks after receiving notification that the cargo is ready for pickup, waiting hours for shipping containers to be loaded onto their trucks, and it is very frustrating. And those who have complained have been swiftly dealt with, they say. They'll go get the police and kick you out, tell you to leave. Then you get banned from coming back in there. Or sometimes the crane operator will met out punishment by skipping the trucker and working on someone else, just making their wait that much longer. While 3-hour waits are common, some truck drivers have been at the port for days. They will wait all day and then come back the next day. I know someone who kept coming back, and eventually the terminal will charge you a storage fee if you don't get the container out of there. Truckers, unlucky enough to be waiting around lunchtime, will watch as the entire crane crew stops work rather than staggering their hours. They leave 2 hours and you're stuck there with no one. Now, the communications director of the ILWU tells the Washington Examiner, dock workers have been busy moving cargo at historic rates. The Port of Los Angeles broke 2 Western Hemisphere cargo volume records, one in May, when it processed 1 million TEUs, representing the port's busiest month in its 114-year history, she says, and the other for moving 10 million TEUs in a single year. So I guess it all depends on who you ask where the problem actually lies. Now, as of late last week, 59 ships at berth unloading cargo at one of the 3 Los Angeles ports, another 88 anchored off the coast, stretching along Orange County and around Catalina Island. 88 anchored. It's getting worse with each passing day. All right, a little behind here. We'll get our news break and jump on in. It's a Monday. I love to hear from you. It's 844-844 3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
A pair of Sunday shooting incidents in America leading the news as multiple people were wounded and 2 people are in custody after a shooting at a Pennsylvania mall on Sunday afternoon. Police in Lancaster say they were called to the Park City Center just before 2:30. They found 6 people needed to be taken to local hospitals, though they are expected to recover. The Lancaster Bureau of Police says there's no imminent danger to the public and the 2 people they believe were responsible are in custody. In Grambling, Louisiana, though, 1 person is dead and several others wounded after a shooting at Grambling State University. It happened just after 1 a.m. Sunday during a homecoming event. Several victims confirmed at the scene, with one of them being a student who was hospitalized. A non-student was the one who died from their wounds. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Allen Root. I want to tell you about my friends at Tangible Investments. Tangible is among the biggest precious metals and rare coin dealers in America. 35 years in business, billions in sales. They sold 1 rare coin collection for $15 million, the largest private sale in history at the time. They've been awarded the PNG designation. That means they're the best of the best in the world. But here's the big advantage for you. Tangible might just have the lowest overhead of any precious metals dealers. That means they can afford to give you incredible deals. Tangible will sell you gold at 1% over the New York spot price. Just 1% over the New York spot price? Who does that? No one ever. Just say Root. That's it. You get your gold at a price no one in America can match. This offer is limited to 5 ounces per family. Get started by contacting Tangible Investments at 800-300-8441. That's toll free, 800-300-8441. Be sure to say Root, 800-300-8441, or online at TII1.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There you go. We've got wide open lines here on a Monday. Get the new week off and rolling as we time zone to time zone make our way into the 18th day of October. So another weekend goes by and we hear about shootings around the country. Just heard in the update there, mall shooting there in Pennsylvania. Had law enforcement ambushed 3 constable deputies shot in an ambush Saturday morning. They were actually working an extra shift at a bar in Houston, leaving 1 deputy dead and 2 others wounded, according to authorities. Now, authorities took 1 person into custody but are still searching for a man that was believed to be the shooter. The Harris County Constable deputies were working at the 45 North Bar and Lounge. There was a disturbance outside the business. Now, we're talking about 2:15 in the morning. Yeah, they were trying to arrest someone when another person with a rifle ambushed them, opening fire on the deputies from behind. According to the preliminary information from the scene, 1 deputy was shot in the back, was in surgery this past morning. Another was shot in the foot. And the 3rd deputy dead at the hospital. Unclear in the update if the deputies returned fire. The investigation was going throughout the day Sunday, but authorities believe the disturbance might have been a robbery that the constables were stopping. A person of interest, as they said, was taken into custody at the scene. Not certain whether the person was a suspect or just a witness. So that's another law enforcement officer down over the weekend. Other industry headlines. Let's move over. This is another that kind of goes in relation to what's going on at the ports, but XPO has agreed to pay nearly $30 million to settle 2 misclassification lawsuits involving hundreds of those port drivers. A California federal judge issued preliminary approval for 2 settlements last week in the case against XPO Logistics Cartage. A $20 million settlement was reached. XPO Port Service settled a separate case for $9.5 million. This class action involves nearly 800 current and former first-seat port drivers. Okay, so XPO, of course, the freight transportation company headquartered in Connecticut, accused of misclassifying the drivers as independent contractors in both of those lawsuits. In the case of Angel Alvarez, the driver's alleged failure to pay minimum wage, as well as failure to pay wages for missed break periods and failure to reimburse business expenses. Drivers also allege failure to pay minimum wage and violations of the California Labor Code. The Teamsters Union deemed the settlements a significant victory for the truck drivers. Today, we commend those brave XPO drivers who decided not to back down and fought hard to demand that XPO pay them the money they were rightfully owed. This is more than a monumental victory for those XPO drivers in California. It's a huge win for truckers around the world to see that by standing together, working people can take on enormous companies and win. In the Alvarez case, the class members will receive about $12.3 million. Payouts will depend on how many work weeks each driver completed at XPO. Alvarez, including 4 other named plaintiffs, will receive about $30,000 each. 4 others will be about $10,000 each. About $6.1 million would go to class members in the other case. According to the documents, each member will receive about $542 per work week. Again, depending on how many weeks they worked. Arellano and 5 other named plaintiffs will receive $10,000 each. Other members of the class action would be notified by mail, according to the court documents. Now, that's been an ongoing case for quite some time. Seems like it may have been several years that's been working its way through the courts. But I think that all transitions back to those hours and hours you spend waiting to get that container loaded on, right? You're not being compensated. They're paying them per container they move. If you sit there for 4 hours waiting to get one container, move that one and wait another 4, I mean, you're not making anything. I mean, when all those hours are added up, it doesn't even equate to minimum wage. I guess that kind of explains why they're not necessarily a job that's in high demand. Colorado firefighters say brake failure was the blame for a Friday morning truck crash near the Eisenhower Tunnel. About 10:30 Friday morning in Silverthorne, Colorado, according to the Summit Fire and EMS, a semi lost its brakes on the icy descent from the Eisenhower Tunnel, clipped and spun a Jeep, then careered down the Silverthorne exit, crashed over the median as it turned right onto the Blue River Parkway. The truck overturning after hitting the median there. Remarkably, no one injured, and somehow no vehicles were in the path in what is always a busy intersection, they tell us. Firefighters pitched in to unload Coors beer. Yes, it was a trailer load, 12 packs of Coors. They unloaded by hand ahead of riding the overturned truck. Actually, they may have needed some beer for themselves after that shift, as they had been hoping since yesterday morning, with major crashes on what one longtime veteran engineer termed some of the iciest roads of his career. That first winter storm of the season, icy conditions were dealt with out west. That was our big winter storm last week. All right, around the country, jump on in. It's 844-844-3388. What's on your mind here on a Monday? Did get a message from Doughboy. Just wanted to give a heads up. Northbound coming across the Brent Spence Bridge, Kentucky into Cincinnati. It's down to 1 lane there. So, you got the bottleneck thing. Is that ongoing project? When's that supposed to wrap up? I think sometime November, maybe. Yeah, what a mess it's been all summer long. Again, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Did get to tune in to some of the college football action there Saturday. Big day. How about those Cincinnati Bearcats? UC with a convincing win. Big time. I'm looking at the AP Top 25 rankings. I mean, going into this weekend's game, they were ranked 3rd in the nation. I believe the highest they had ever been. Well, they are now ranked number 2 in the country. How about that? Now, how did that happen? Well, going into the weekend, Iowa was ranked number 2, and Iowa was upset over the weekend. They fall from that number 2 slot all the way down to number 11. Bulldogs, Georgia. Those Bulldogs ranked number 1. They maintained their top spot. Big Ed's Oklahoma bounces up to number 3 in the nation. Boomer Sooner, Big Ed, right? Alabama creeps back into the playoff contention picture at number 4, followed by Ohio State. Michigan at number 6, Penn State 7th, Oklahoma State at 8th, followed by Michigan State and Oregon. There's the top 10 nationwide. But there's a lot of football yet to be played. And they get down to this whole looking at the strength of schedule thing. And UC's strength of schedule is pretty far down on the spectrum for the rest of the season, but I suppose if they continue to win, then they'll have to continue to win convincingly. But how cool would that be to have the UC Bearcats in contention for a championship going into the playoffs? All right, our number 844-844-3388 on a Monday morning. Hello, Always Moving.
Good morning. Happy birthday to your lovely wife. Is she as young as you are?
Oh, no, she was a cradle robber. Uh-oh.
Oh. Okay.
I'll just say she's got me by a couple years. Am I allowed to say that?
Yes, but don't say anything else.
Right? If you know what's good for you.
Yeah, and I don't need to know her weight or anything else.
Yeah, right. Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, I'm glad you had a good birthday weekend. It was absolutely perfect weather, so it was a nice weekend for that. And I do want to put a shout out that the All-America Quarter Horse Congress is going on here in Columbus all this month. That is the largest single breed horse show in the world. been there for over 50 years. It's really, really something. If you're into horses, it's a good thing, good place to go hang out. It takes a whole month to put it all on. It's there at the State Fairgrounds in Columbus. I've been up there many years. I've got my medal from showing up there. Our daughter has her medal from showing up there, and blah, blah, blah. But anyway, yay for Quarter Horse Congress.
Okay.
Also want to congratulate UC for just really, I'm so pleased for Luke Fickle and what the team is doing. Yay for them. And even though it was a bye week, Ohio State moved up. I like that. And yay for the Cincinnati Bengals for winning again. And I believe there was one of the players from the Cincinnati Bengals that had wanted out so bad and went to Detroit. And so I hope he's enjoying himself up there. But, all takes time. It's a first-year head coach or whatever. I mean, it just takes time. And Urban Meyer's Jacksonville Jaguars came in and finally pulled off a win. So congratulations. All my favorite people were winning. And I did enjoy watching the Hawkeyes go down. That was fun. That was a good game. So I sent you a article that I ran across today. And I don't know. I was not aware of this. And I don't know how many other listeners are aware of this. But once again, the government being run by Joe Biden and the powers that be are taking our hard-earned tax dollars and flushing them down a giant toilet in the form of they are sending money to Mexico and other southern countries to take care of the illegal immigrants as they are making their way up to cross into our border illegally. This is to provide mental health care, physical health care, food and supplies that they need for the struggling immigrants. Now, if that isn't a kick in the face, I don't know what is.
That's more absolute incentive for them to continue their journey, right? We're going to house them, feed them, and make it comfortable as possible as they make their way to the country.
It isn't George Soros that's funding them. It's the United States government with our tax dollars. And I almost threw up when I read that article, and that's why I sent it to you. I mean, it hit every nerve in my body. Every red alarm bell was going off. And I still think today I am going to call my representatives and my congressmen, senators, and I'm going to explode on the phone. And I might have to write it so I don't explode on the phone. But that is absolutely, I mean, what is treason other than paying people to illegally cross into our country and then make a big to-do that, oh, yeah, we're going to start letting people come in that can show their vaccination status. We're going to start letting Canadians and other countries, you can come in with vaccination status. What are you doing? You're paying for all these illegals that have nothing in vaccination status to come across our borders illegally. And the media is not saying boo about it. Absolutely nothing. So I just wanted to put it out there to everyone that's listening tonight. I may, call back a couple times this week to make sure, if there's more people listening, that they all hear it. Because that really is, to me, that is disgusting beyond disgusting. I don't mind having my tax dollars go to help a foreign country and, when an earthquake hits, I get that. And, I don't mind sending people over to help, tsunamis or whatever. I get that. That is a act of Mother Nature that they cannot help. You would hope relief would come this way. Doesn't always work that way. I don't know how much all we get when something major happens over here, but I'm more inclined to help someone who is truly in need of help, not just because they just desire to start trekking north. And I'm not going to help anybody to commit an illegal crime, but apparently I am. So I guess that makes me an accomplice to all of this because they're taking my money. I don't know. I didn't vote for this for Biden. I didn't vote for the people that are up there. I have a lot of distaste for a lot of the people that are in office, and Rob Portman has received, I'll never vote for him for anything again. I have sent him not so nice letters about the way he has voted and what he has done. And I'm not ashamed to say, if I find the right person, I'll vote for him. But boy, when they're, crapping on us, I got no use for them at all in any way, shape, or form. So anyway, I'll get off my little soapbox from that one. But I think that is a very important topic that needs to be brought to the forefront on national radio more than just, it just needs to be out there. But I don't think people, are all aware of that's what it was. And it was a small article when I found it. And so I just want to make sure it gets out there.
Absolutely.
And then other than that, like I said, my teams were winning and doing well, and the Browns lost. Wah, wah, wah. So, but, if it's the Steelers won. So anyway, but it was a lot of good overtime stuff happening too. That was fun. And of course, last weekend. So that's about all I have. Let's see, what else is going on in my life? Oh yeah, just decorating the unit at the hospital. Got lots of Halloween stuff hanging around and stuff. I went with a spider theme, spiders and bats this year. I got it all. I got bats flying around. I got spiders hanging down in cobwebs and stuff. So that was a lot of fun. And getting ready for my vacation here coming up. So that's about it.
Great to hear from you. Always moving. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And I will delve more into, yes, that it's this $20 million that they announced on Friday. Yeah, that's in addition to we've already sent hundreds of millions to this region to assist the migrants. So U.S. taxpayers, as she said, we're helping to house and feed those that are illegally making that trek to our southern border, which one side of their mouth, they're saying the border's not open. Don't bother risking making the journey. You're not going to get in. As hundreds of thousands have already gotten in. And then at the same time, we're saying, hey, by the way, we're going to be sending, we're going to help you. We're going to help you, Mexico. We're going to help you take care and feed and house and health care and legal aid for these hundreds of thousands that are making their way to our border again illegally. All right, we close out hour number 1, but we got 4 full hours yet to fill. Jump on in. We could use your help here on a Monday, as always the case is, at 844-844-3388. News update, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
A pair of Sunday shooting incidents in America leading the news as multiple people were wounded and 2 people are in custody after a shooting at a Pennsylvania mall on Sunday afternoon. Police in Lancaster say they were called to the Park City Center just before 2:30. They found 6 people needed to be taken to local hospitals, though they are expected to recover. The Lancaster Bureau of Police says there's no imminent danger to the public, and the 2 people they believe were responsible are in custody. In Grambling, Louisiana, though, 1 person is dead and several others wounded after a shooting at Grambling State University. It happened just after 1 a.m. Sunday during a homecoming event. Several victims confirmed at the scene, with one of them being a student who was hospitalized. A non-student was the one who died from their wounds. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at patriotvpn.com. That's patriotvpn.com.
A new week's about to begin, and the White House confirms President Biden will be resuming his active efforts to get his legislative priorities passed on Capitol Hill, one of them the bipartisan infrastructure bill, which his Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, says could address a current problem. Speaking on CNN's State of the Union, Secretary Buttigieg said funding in the bill would quickly help fix some of the problems being caused by the coronavirus pandemic. He says the current supply chain problem will be addressed in the short term by the opening of the ports, including in Los Angeles, 24/7.
Our ports have not generally operated on a 24/7 basis. We've secured commitments to change that.
But he says that might not be able to last forever under the current situation. So again, that bipartisan infrastructure bill is something he says should be passed, as well as the so-called social infrastructure bill. That's one that Republicans simply won't sign on to, and Democrats are fighting about it themselves. This is USA Radio News.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. That's 800-610-5739. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
After 2 years of revamping the MacBook, Apple is set to potentially unveil its new design at their launch event Monday, according to Bloomberg. It says redesigns for the new MacBook Pros could include their own chips and new ports with space for an HDMI cable to connect to monitors and a magnetic charger. The report also says a bigger screen on the iMac and a more powerful Mac Mini desktop are also possibly going to be announced. The Monday launch event will likely provide a release date for the latest version of Mac software and other Apple products that are known to be on their way. Meanwhile, consumers who never even knew what supply chain meant are getting a real schooling in it these days. And here's the latest from USA Radio's Tim Berg.
As supply chain shortages continue across the country, there is concern over how the problem is being fixed. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg appears on NBC's Meet the Press on Sunday to talk about what is driving these shortages and how the Biden administration is responding.
What I can tell you is that, we're doing everything we can for the short term and the long term. And there are some X factors out there on everything from, pandemic-related closures of factories and ports in Asia to things that are going on through the chain on the U.S. side.
That was Tim Berg, and for USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, welcome back here. Welcome in. Welcome aboard if you're just joining us. Got a Monday coming on. And looking at the 18th day of October. Yep. As always, moving said. Halloween just around the corner here. Yep, counting down the days. Isn't that about the time of year we'll be, falling back, doing the fall back time change? You get our biological clock all screwed up, right? Let me give you the rest of the story as I had printed that up. Always Moving sent me the link, and several others as well, with the announcement on Friday that, yes, we, the American taxpayers, will be giving another $20 million to Mexico and Central America in aid for the hundreds of thousands of migrants and refugees in the region. Money for health care, shelter, legal aid. The announcement of the Bureau of Population, Refugees, and Migration, providing the money to, quote, help meet the urgent humanitarian needs for the nearly 700,000 or 70,000 rather asylum seekers, refugees, and vulnerable migrants in Central America and Mexico. Money for legal aid, shelter, health care, mental health, psychosocial support, according to the statement from the State Department. Well, that additional $20 million brings the total assistance this year to more than $331 million. Also noting that the United States is the single largest donor of aid to the region and for migrants in the region. As the continuing surge, the crisis at the southern border, more than 200,000 migrants encountered in the month of July and August. And they keep talking about tackling the root causes, like poverty, violence, and corruption in Central America. Like we would have the ability to fix that. We know that's not the case. So the statement says, we're advancing our mission to collaboratively manage migration, promoting access to protection, increasing the U.S. response for urgent humanitarian needs in Central America and Mexico. This is part of the administration's comprehensive approach to supporting safe, orderly, and humane migration. Now, undoubtedly, critics blaming the surge on the lax border policies of this administration, rolling back the migrant protection protocols, a reduced use of Title 42 public health protections, and we've gone back to the old catch and release policy. The Biden administration last week said we'll be in a position to restart the migrant protection protocols, otherwise known as the Remain in Mexico policy, by maybe mid-November. And that's only because the court ordered the administration to do so. That was the Trump-era policy that keeps the migrants in Mexico as they await the result of their court proceedings, rather than releasing them into the country. The administration also warned that the policy's implementation requires the cooperation of Mexico. Department of Homeland Security cannot implement this policy without Mexico's independent decision to accept individuals that the United States seeks to send to Mexico. We will need their concurrence on how many entries will be permitted and who's going to be accepted for return. It's like we're doing everything in our possible means to assist this continued surge along the southern border. There was a Texas farmer this past day on the border with Mexico urging Joe Biden to become the president of the United States. Because I guess technically, he's president just in name only. How about you care about the effect of this illegal migration on Texas as much as you would for states in the East and the Midwest? Speaking on Sunday Morning Futures, the surge costing him money. The freedoms we once enjoyed, we're no longer able to cherish and enjoy. It's a different lifestyle. There was a time I did not carry a pistol everywhere, but now I do. I would say the migrants are here on a daily basis now. We encounter them every day. No, but we know they're here. We see the debris they leave behind, the footprints, the fences they've cut. We know they're here. This is a tremendous expense. We recently, in the last 5 years, replaced fences, and it was right at $150,000. Once the fences are cut, we have right now about 23 cut, he said. They're no longer what one would describe as durable as they were to begin with. And so I have to do is I've got to move my livestock to another location because I couldn't risk them escaping, getting on the highways, causing additional problems. I have a simple message to Biden. I would like to say I think President Biden should become the president of the United States. If this was happening in Delaware, I know he'd do something about it. If it was New York or Illinois, there would be those that would call on him and he would respond to those areas. But essentially, he's abandoned us. He has no care for the people in this state and in this area. I think he should be ashamed of himself to think he's been entrusted with the highest office of this land, to think he would abandon his own citizens just for political favoritism. He also recounted a frightening encounter with a group of 4 that he believed were migrants. One recent incident, there were 4 that appeared at our back door. At this time of day, they were well clothed. They all had cell phones. They asked me where San Antonio was. I told them it's to the east and pointed that direction. They immediately said, well, you're going to give us a ride right now. So I kept a distance. I was still sitting in my vehicle, and I answered them by saying, no, I'm not taking you anywhere. Then they began to approach the vehicle. When they did, I had a pistol, and I reached for it. When they noticed that, they said, okay, we've had enough, we're leaving. What if he didn't have his pistol? And with that, we've got wide open lines at 844-844-3388 as we roll into the early hours of a Monday. When it comes to the whole vaccine thing, people losing jobs, right? Widely popular ESPN sports broadcaster Allison Williams fighting back tears and emotion, announcing she's officially leaving the network, having her request for a vaccine exemption denied. She said she supports those backing mandates, but with a caveat. Power given is seldom returned. Eventually, your government's going to mandate something you disagree with, she warned. When that day comes, I want you to at least know that we fought and we tried. Via an emotional, powerful statement, an Instagram video over the weekend, talking about having to leave her dream job because she declined to take the vaccine And she even explained why. She's looking to have more children. I've been denied on my request for accommodations by ESPN and the Walt Disney Company. And effective next week, that would be this week, I will be separated from the company. She thanked the personal messages of support from followers and friends during what she described as this dark, difficult time. I've also had a lot of people, and women in particular, in regards to fertility and getting the injection. Adding that she's thrilled for mothers who reached out to share their stories of successful pregnancies after being vaccinated. To the women who've reached out and shared their experiences of getting the injection and subsequent miscarriages, menstrual irregularities, periods after menopause. I'm so sorry that that is your experience. I pray for you. Now, she is a young mother. She said she believes both sides of the story for women. Yeah, belief is a word that I've been thinking a lot about lately. In addition to the medical apprehensions regarding my desire to have another child in regards to receiving this injection, I'm also morally and ethically not aligned with this. I've had to really dig deep and analyze my values, my morals, and ultimately, I've got to put them first. The irony is all this, there's a lot of the same values and morals that I hold dear are what made me a really good employee. What helped with the success that I'm able to have in my career. Now, she said the Walt Disney Company, the parent of ESPN, had written to employees in April that being vaccinated was a personal decision. Their values have clearly changed since then. But my values have not changed, and they will not change, she said. Citing political pressures, she said she understands their values had changed. I had hoped they would respect that mine had not, and ultimately, I could not put a paycheck over principle. I will not sacrifice in something I believe and hold so strongly to maintain a career. Now, she weighed the implications of being a good citizen and a public face and voice amid a pandemic. We all want to be good neighbors, of course. We want this pandemic to end, but ultimately, an injection that does not stop spread and transmission for me did not weigh in morally. Similar stories of others facing the choice to leave their job over a mandated vaccine. They're nurses, they're teachers, they're doctors, police officers, first responders. Most important, our military. They, too, are pilots, choosing to put their beliefs first. I just want you all to know I stand with you. She finished with a rather sorrowful message of ending her ESPN tenure, hoping for better times ahead. I don't know what the future holds, obviously, for any of us. I'm trying to wrap my head around the thought that the longest game I've worked in my career, the national championship game, might be the last game I work. Until then, God bless. I'm going to go hug my baby, she said. People having to make choices. And it's 21 past the hour. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, in the world of NASCAR, Texas Motor Speedway, that was where the had some dramatic and ups and downs this past afternoon, with the victorious exception of Kyle Larson, who dominated the race. His career best, 8th of the season for William Byron. Most importantly, it punched his ticket into the championship 4 at Phoenix Raceway, November the 7th. The first time in the 29-year-old Californian's career, he will actually get to race for the championship trophy. How about that? All comes down to one final race, right? We knew we had a good shot to win today. Our car was amazing, probably the best 550 horsepower package, intermediate car we've had all year. So there you go, with a 2-lap shootout to settle the checkered flag, and then the race was dramatic up front. I had a 12-car incident on lap 32 that actually eliminated 9 cars early on in the race. All right, so we got the playoff picture, right? The final 4 is what it'll be coming down to. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Tip of the hat to Kyle Larson. I think it was Big Sexy sent me the link there in Arkansas, where authorities say 3 are dead, one of whom was killed by an officer whose neck was slashed after he found a man beating a stabbing victim with a rock. Fort Smith Police Chief Danny Baker said an officer responded to a disturbance call where he found Christopher Connor beating his 15-year-old son who had been stabbed. When the officer tried to arrest Connor, he sliced the officer's throat and neck. Baker says the officer fired 2 shots, killing Connor. The boy later died at the hospital. Baker said the officer is in stable condition. Police later discovered the body of a woman who had been fatally stabbed inside a home. There was a 5-year-old also found inside that was safe. But just that all unfolded this past day. Insanity on the streets there. Thanks for the heads up there. Looking at 26 past the hour. Would that be, let's see, Buster Brown? Is that you?
It's Buster.
Hello, Buster.
Knoxville.
Every night I'll say hello to you, Steve, and then I turn it over to my app and go sleep with you. That's my Betty baby. So my wife, I think she's okay with it. Just gotta keep it down and turn it down low. But I heard at 124 you still not me phone calls. So I said I would do my part as well.
Well, I thank you. Yeah, Mondays are always quiet, and this is no exception. Very, very quiet morning.
Well, we do love the app, and I sent another message to my law enforcement buddy who's in the military reserves, and I asked him. He said he's got until December 8th to do it, or I guess get out. As long as he gets the general discharge, that's what he's hoping for. Then, if we get the midterms, we get enough people in Congress and the Senate, maybe we can veto everything that this dodo bird's doing in D.C. And all these folks will get reinstated in their jobs in the military.
Yeah, we can only hope. What branch is your friend in?
He's in the Tennessee Air National Guard.
Okay.
At McGee Tyson there. Yeah. He loves it. But if the job doesn't work out, he want to become a Buster Brown himself. And one of our buddies moved out to Montana, and he's became a driver out there within 1 year because he got with UPS as a package handler. Then the Chinese virus hit, and now he's driving. He's got like 3 years in at the office there, and he's making us proud of age 39, ex-Marine and ex-law enforcement himself. So he may move out to Montana. They're hurting for workers in Missoula and Kalispell. Drivers are having to load their own package cars mostly.
It sounds like they're having trouble finding workers all over the damn country, and I don't understand why it is. But hey, Buster, I thank you so much thanks for taking the time out to dial us up on a quiet Monday. It is 844-844-3388. Couple from the email bag, by the way, it's steve@hotshotsecret.com. First of all, Craig says, Steve, if this pandemic, if this is so contagious, why would the NFL send a team over to England to play a game with a stadium full of spectators, unmasked, no social distancing? It makes absolutely no sense. Yeah, who was it that was that game over in England? Was that the Dolphins? Trying to recall. Dolphins, I think, and I can't remember who they were playing, but quickly from Tinker Tanker. He's under the heading Given Up. Hello, Steve. I'm absolutely disgusted with the state of our nation. I, like many, have been forced to vaccinate to keep my job. I fell ill 4 hours after the shot. I've been sick for the past 4 days. I was against this. I did so under duress. I sold out my beliefs and went against my better judgment, and now I'm paying for it. Oh, I get to keep my job. But I don't know when I'll be able to go back to work. I spent all day Saturday in the hospital with a 104-degree fever. I spent all day today, Sunday, lying around like a zombie. I've got a doctor's appointment for 11 o'clock this morning. I should have never took the jab. I'm so disgusted with myself that I can't stand it. I'm done. Having to make these choices, it's downright sick in this country. But with that, 29 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Back after the news break, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
These days, Americans who never heard of the term supply chain before are getting a good education in it. And Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg said today that passing the bipartisan infrastructure bill would go a long way to improving the current supply chain situation.
There are $17 billion in the president's infrastructure plan for ports alone.
Speaking there on CNN's State of the Union, Buttigieg saying the Biden administration's Build Back Better agenda would not only make infrastructure better and shore up supply chain issues, but it would also slow down inflation. No news in the past hour about the 17 or more American missionaries reportedly being held hostage in Haiti. The Washington Post says a notorious gang is believed to be behind the kidnappings of that group of mostly Americans on Saturday, and the State Department says they're aware of it and they're working on it. And this is USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately, with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdock.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
And, of course, the supply chain issues impacting you as well, the American truck driver. Shortages of material, labor, rippling across the economy in unexpected ways, and now a shortage of plastic specimen cups and lab technicians could be preventing commercial drivers from taking your required drug screenings. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association is asking federal authorities to step in and issue some guidance on providing relief for truck drivers who may find themselves facing significant challenges and frustrations with the drug and alcohol testing system. OIDA operates what they call a drug and alcohol consortium to help drivers comply with the mandatory testing requirements. They said, we've been receiving reports from members of disruptions at testing facilities due to the continuing impacts of the pandemic. In a letter to the FMCSA Deputy Administrator, Meera Joshi, which I believe they're supposed to vote on confirming her later this week, if I'm not mistaken, Todd Spencer laid out the concerns. Increasingly, our association has experienced difficulties finding facilities to schedule and complete necessary tests for our members. Drivers have reported to facilities that lack equipment, they lack drug testing specimen cups due to the current broker shortages of plastics. In other instances, facilities don't have the qualified personnel to administer the test. Now, in order to remain compliant with the drug and alcohol rules, all CDL holders must submit to random testing. When a driver is notified they're going to be tested, they must immediately report to a testing site. If the driver encounters issues at the collection site that prevent them from completing the test, lack of testing equipment, qualified staff, they cannot simply leave the site. Our letter notes that even if a facility is unable to complete the required test, the driver cannot immediately leave. Leaving the site would constitute a refusal, which has the same consequence as a positive test, which in turn means a driver could actually lose their ability to drive. When a driver finds a facility cannot complete a test, they have to remain at the site and communicate with their employer or testing consortium to thoroughly document the situation and attempt to find another facility to conduct the test. This is creating challenges and frustrations for drivers, the testing sites, employers, and the consortiums that facilitate the testing. They also pointed out the FMCSA has already issued some relief for other testing challenges caused by the pandemic that allowed the agency to exercise discretion when enforcing certain requirements for the rate and frequency of drug alcohol testing. I had no idea. If you go to a site and they can't even complete the test, first of all, you got to do all the red tape. You got to go through the paperwork. And then I guess you've got to try to find another location. And who knows? I hear these tales where, testing location, maybe many, many miles away. You're losing all that time that you could be out there trying to make a paycheck. And, of course, that freight that you otherwise would be moving isn't moving, which is just contributing more to the whole supply chain bottlenecks and issues. If you weren't with us Friday morning, we did touch on the whole announcement from some of the big companies around the country looking to begin moving freight more during the overnight hours. It was almost like that comical message from the president when he said, we're going to try something different here. We're going to, truck drivers can move freight at night. We're like, really? I didn't know that. Walmart topping the list, committing to increase their use of nighttime hours significantly and project they could increase their output by as much as 50% over the next several weeks. United Parcel Service committing to increasing use of 24/7 operations and enhanced data sharing with the ports, which could allow them to move up to 20% more containers from the ports. FedEx made the commitment to work to combine an increase in nighttime hours with changes to trucking and rail use to increase the volume of containers they could move from the ports. Once those changes are in place, they could double the volume of cargo they can move out of the ports at night. Samsung is committing to move nearly 60% more containers out of these ports by operating 24/7. Over the next 90 days anyway, 72% of U.S. homes have at least one Samsung product. Did you realize that? From appliances to consumer electronics. Home Depot committing to move up to 10% additional containers per week during the newly available off-peak port hours from L.A. and Long Beach. Target, which is right now moving about 50% of their containers at night, made a commitment to increase that amount by 10% during the next 90 days to try and help ease the congestion at the ports. Those were all the big companies coming out because you've got between now and Christmas, and then I guess once you get to the new year, that's back to the drawing board the way it sounds. But hello to Wheelchair Dave. How you been?
Hey there, Steve. How you doing?
Oh, it's a Monday. Doing all right. Hanging with them. We're plugging away, as they say.
Well, tell me how you feel about them Cincinnati Bearcats.
That's pretty cool. I mean, I tuned into that game, and that was a strong victory.
It sure was. That was. So if you give me just a minute, I've got to Big Ed out there. Are you with me?
Are you with me?
Are you? To Big Ed, I gotta say, are you with me? Did you see? We are now, them Bearcats ranked number 2 there, Big Ed.
Yeah.
Just seeing if you're with. Going back just a ways on that, that Notre Dame Bearcat game, that one of the announcers was that Chris Collinsworth's son, that Mike Collinsworth. And it was great to see, Mike Collinsworth announce the game there and see Lou Fickle take it to old Bryant Kelly,
Yeah.
Oh, well, we go back a long ways with that. The Bearcats, it was 2010 or something like it, 2011 or whatever. They had back-to-back winning championship seasons, and they ended up playing. Was it the Cotton Bowl or something? They ended up playing Florida, that Tim Tebow and the Bearcats, but they wouldn't let Cincinnati go, further to the bigger games because they said they wouldn't sell enough. Yeah, that was always, I don't know, hit me the wrong way on that. You know what I'm saying?
It's like they kind of try to manipulate things. I've always heard that they want the teams that are going to have people that are willing to travel. Your Ohio State. Ohio State will be able to pack a stadium in Florida or California. Obviously, your Alabamas, your Oklahomas, the big traveling teams. I don't know.
Yeah. You said you got that right. So we got that going on. Then I emailed you last week or so. You like looking things up on the computer. I don't know a lot about it, but what about this driverless car thing getting ready to happen at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway?
I saw a headline. Did you send me a link to that last week? I think you did. I don't know if I got.
Well, what link? I had heard that a bunch of universities across the United States or whatever are participating, in this driverless car race. Who do you root for?
I'll have to look that up and see what. I don't even understand what they're talking about. How do you? I don't understand how they could do that.
Yeah, look that up. That could be an assignment for you because us being race fans and enjoying racing, I am kind of curious on how all that's going to work and stuff. So, now we do have some historic racing. I get to go to the historic racings. October 26th through the 31st. So when everybody's doing Halloween, we'll be down there at Daytona Motor Speedway racing down there for 4 days.
That should be a good time, right?
Yeah, that's always a good time. It's, the old historic cars. We get a chance to get out on the track, and then we actually do a 24-hour race, Saturday, Sunday there. It's a lot of fun.
So I'm looking here. I guess this driverless race at Indy is coming up next weekend.
Oh, okay.
October 23rd, it says here.
Wow. What is it? Just universities competing against each other, or is there going to be 33 cars like the Indy 500? I mean, what is this?
Headlines: a driverless IndyCar race coming to the Speedway. Okay, the race will feature familiar Dallara chassis racing head-to-head in a 20-lap high-speed test of autonomous technology. A total of 39 teams representing more than 500 students and teachers from 14 countries and 11 states vying for a prize purse of $1.5 million.
Wow. Some bucks.
that is some bucks. So I don't know. I'll get more into the heart of the story coming up here, but I didn't even realize that's coming up this weekend.
I wonder if like MIT or Caltech or Georgia Tech or I wonder if those brainy colleges and stuff are involved in all this.
Sounds like what it is. Everybody, I guess the tech departments at these colleges vying for the big prize money.
Huh. All right, we'll maybe dig into that this week and see what you come up with. I'll be listening in, and Steve, hope you and your family are just doing great.
Thank you for checking in, Wheelchair Dave. Good to hear from you there in, I guess he's down in Lake Lanier, right? Down there in Georgia. All right, the IAC includes 39 teams from 11 countries, 14 states in the U.S., more than 500 students and teachers, as we said. We're going to bring the best minds from around the world to solve a very complex problem. Right here at the racing capital of the world, Indianapolis Motor Speedway. As the birthplace of motorsports innovation, it is a fitting setting for this event. We can't wait to see the winning entry cross the yard of bricks. All right, this will undoubtedly call for an advance in technology. The driverless cars racing around the 2-mile oval will be doing so at speed and against other cars. This will not be a test of driverless taxis or delivery trucks showing they can stay between the white lines on the city streets. The Dolores and the IAC will be racing at speeds upward of 200 miles per hour. All right, I guess they had some testing back over the summer. Yeah, the plan, as keeping the race cars between the walls, will present new challenges as those faced by other autonomous car showcases. Former IndyCar driver Lynn St. James, anxious to see what the driverless cars will do and what the innovative students come up with to meet the challenge to further advance autonomous vehicle technology. Okay. Driverless cars at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So they're using radar, LIDAR, optical cameras, advanced computers. The value of each vehicle will be akin to $1 million. All right, what's the most significant test is the ability of cars to avoid unanticipated obstacles at high speeds. That could prove interesting. I don't know. The Autonomous Challenge, October 23rd, Indianapolis Speedway. $1.5 million up for grabs. All right, back to your calls into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com. From the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020. Do
you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, about 5 before the hour. Hello, Lori Glory. Morning, Steve and everyone. She's at Burr. It's 51 degrees in South Buffalo, New York. Hey, you know what? It is 51 degrees outside the Hot Shot Secret bunker as well. Lori Glory, I'm right there with you, Burr. Garbage throwing daddy checking in. Sorry I'm late. Where's the Skullbusters? Good to have you with us. Timothy, in regards to the racing we were just talking about, the autonomous vehicles, so it's going to be kind of like a live video game? Is that what it's going to be? Yeah, I'm guessing. Hello to Rick. They're in Columbus checking in here on a Monday morning. What do you say, horse feathers? How was your weekend?
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Yeah, not too bad, other than moving probably 1,000 pounds of topsoil again this weekend, like I did a couple weekends ago. And it's probably more than that. I don't know. Anyways, redoing the front of the house, garden, had to have new topsoil brought in to replenish everything. So there you are, shoveling and wheelbarrowing.
Oh boy.
Couldn't get it. I couldn't hire a heavy equipment operator and a dump truck driver. You believe that? I couldn't find one that wanted to come to work, run a 5-foot square point shovel and a dump and a wheelbarrow. You know, I put the advertisement out though, heavy equipment operator and dump truck driver. Couldn't find anybody to work. But anyway, so I guess how should we start this out? Happy birthday, baby. No, maybe I shouldn't do that. Might get us in trouble in more ways than one, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but happy birthday to Lisa there. So congratulations. And I guess what? You were chasing cougars, were you? Let's see. We'll have to see how that works out. Anyway, now I'll get on to serious stuff here. How many households did you said have a Samsung appliance in their household?
73%.
Well, I tell you what, I'm one of 27 because we don't have any Samsung appliances. I wouldn't put one of them in my house if it was the last thing there was to buy. But the daughter there, she bought a refrigerator, and I think at 2 or 3 years, it had some catastrophic failure, and it would cost more to fix the parts and labor than it was to go out and buy another refrigerator. So they're just what you have to do. The parts have to come from overseas, you know, and a lot of them aren't in stock. And now it's even worse than it was before. I mean, it was terrible 10 years ago to try to get parts for Samsung and LG when they had problems. And hers came damaged right from the very beginning. I mean, they had handles that were bent on it and all that. And of course, when you get a refrigerator, most of the time it's because you absolutely need one because the one you had ain't working. So you can't even hardly refuse delivery, you know, because you have to take it. And then it was two or 3 months by the time they even got that fixed for her. So now, no Samsung for me, thank you. No LG, none of that. Nope. So.
Well,
anyways,
you've been listening to me long enough to hear when I was we had at one point we had a Samsung washing machine, and it had a recall issue, and then so they fixed that. I mean, nothing but headaches out of that damn thing. We had a Samsung dishwasher that was didn't last any time at all. It was horrible, and I'm not a big fan of Samsung products.
Nope. They had a big screen TV too, and it had poor sound quality and poor picture. I'm not sold on Samsung
they should have stuck with they had good quality stereo equipment, receivers and amplifiers and things like that. They should have stuck with what they were good at. And washers, dryers, those things, no.
No, I agree with you 100%. So anyways, these extended hours for these containers and, the longshoremen to load containers onto trains and chassis, where are they going to find all the extra equipment to put it on? Because a lot of these containers, when they leave the ports, they're on a chassis, but at their destination, the containers don't come off the chassis for the chassis to go back to the port. They either have to have an empty container on a chassis or a reloaded container on a chassis to go back to the port.
Yeah.
So where are they going to find all this extra equipment to haul all these containers that come on the ships without chassis? Are we going to have a bunch of ragtag junk equipment on the highways trying to run all these extra pieces that they're going to, pieces of equipment they're going to have to bring out of mothballs or scrap together, or I don't know. And I imagine the railroads will have the same problems trying to come up with enough rail cars to be able to load all these extra containers in. I mean, just because you get them somewhere doesn't mean those rail cars are really set up to come back that fast. So I don't know, it'd be interesting to see. So, so which one of it was what? Tinker Tanker you said had had the issue with the vaccination.
Yeah. Yep. Correct.
Yeah. So if you look into, sorry he did that. I'm sorry he decided to go with that, because it sounds like places are starting to back down like Delta. But the city of Baltimore is not. The city of Baltimore is sticking to their guns. Yesterday was the cutoff date, October 18. All city employees, I'm not sure exactly if it was all or if it was certain ones, but anyways, the city employees that were required to have the vaccination, for yesterday. And so I'm not sure what the retribution is going to be if they don't, but they do leave them the option of getting the test there. You can do a weekly test to, test negative, but nobody said who's paying for the test. Who's paying for the negative test, Your Honor?
I think, I think didn't Disney say that it's the cruise lines that said if you don't have proof of a vaccination, you will have to take a test 2 days before, and then when you're boarding the ship, and you're going to pay for the ship or for the test out of pocket.
Yeah, because my wife's company has come out and said that if you're just testing for COVID to test negative to continue working, that is an out-of-pocket expense. It will not be covered by your insurance or the company. And they're employee-owned companies.
Did they tell them how much it would cost for a vaccine? For a test?
No, because you have to go get your own test somewhere. So whether you got to go to your own doctor or Walmart or Walgreens or wherever you're going for the test, I guess it's up to the marketplace to decide what the test will cost. So
what about the home tests? Because when I bought those a couple months ago, I think it was $23.99, and there were 2 tests in the kit. That was like the rapid, like the 15-minute test, 10-minute, whatever it was. Well, that's not too overly expensive. They probably won't take the home test, right? They're going to make you go somewhere and get the full-fledged stick that swab back and rub the back of your brain. Hey, we got to pause there, get our top of the hour news update, though. Thanks so much for being with us on a Monday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
A pair of Sunday shooting incidents in America leading the news as multiple people were wounded and 2 people are in custody after a shooting at a Pennsylvania mall on Sunday afternoon. Police in Lancaster say they were called to the Park City Center just before 2:30. They found 6 people needed to be taken to local hospitals, though they are expected to recover. The Lancaster Bureau of Police says there's no imminent danger to the public, and the 2 people they believe were responsible are in custody. In Grambling, Louisiana, though, 1 person is dead and several others wounded after a shooting at Grambling State University. It happened just after 1 a.m. Sunday during a homecoming event. Several victims confirmed at the scene, with one of them being a student who was hospitalized. A non-student was the one who died from their wounds. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
A new week's about to begin, and the White House confirms President Biden will be resuming his active efforts to get his legislative priorities passed on Capitol Hill, one of them the bipartisan infrastructure bill. which his Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, says could address a current problem. Speaking on CNN's State of the Union, Secretary Buttigieg said funding in the bill would quickly help fix some of the problems being caused by the coronavirus pandemic. He says the current supply chain problem will be addressed in the short term by the opening of the ports, including in Los Angeles, 24/7.
Our ports have not generally operated on a 24/7 basis. We've secured commitments to change that.
But he says that might not be able to last forever under the current situation. So again, that bipartisan infrastructure bill is something he says should be passed, as well as the so-called social infrastructure bill. That's one that Republicans simply won't sign on to, and Democrats are fighting about it themselves. This is USA Radio News.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. That's 800-610-5739. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
After 2 years of revamping the MacBook, Apple is set to potentially unveil its new design at their launch event Monday, according to Bloomberg. It says redesigns for the new MacBook Pros could include their own chips and new ports with space for an HDMI cable to connect to monitors and a magnetic charger. The report also says a bigger screen on the iMac and a more powerful Mac Mini desktop are also possibly going to be announced. The Monday launch event will likely provide a release date for the latest version of Mac software and other Apple products that are known to be on their way. Meanwhile, consumers who never even knew what supply chain meant are getting a real schooling in it these days. And here's the latest from USA Radio's Tim Berg.
As supply chain shortages continue across the country, there is concern over how the problem is being fixed. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg appears on NBC's Meet the Press on Sunday to talk about what is driving these shortages and how the Biden administration is responding.
What I can tell you is that, we're doing everything we can for the short term and the long term. And there are some X factors out there on everything from, pandemic-related closures of factories and ports in Asia to things that are going on through the chain on the U.S. side.
That was Tim Berg, and for USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, back at it here on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend, right? Closing it out, time zone to time zone. So it looks like we got our official guidance from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Letting you know if you're allowed to travel for the holidays. Thanksgiving and Christmas just around the corner. Here, more control, right? Are you allowed to go to gatherings this year? The general guidance, just before masses of people traditionally begin traveling, visiting relatives for Thanksgiving and Christmas. information on how you should approach these gatherings this year. Currently approved or authorized vaccines protect people from getting infected and severely ill, significantly reducing the likelihood of hospitalization and death. Fully vaccinated people are less likely to become infected and, if infected, to develop symptoms compared with unvaccinated. Now, even when fully vaccinated develop symptoms, they tend to be less severe symptoms. This means they're much less likely to be hospitalized or die than those not vaccinated. However, people who are vaccinated can be contagious and spread the virus to others. The new guidance for fully vaccinated people: you can resume domestic travel without testing before or after your trip, and no longer quarantine after traveling to a location. You can also apply to international travel unless the destination country requires testing or quarantine. They remind fully vaccinated people can still get the virus because the vaccines are not 100% effective. Yeah, we know that. To avoid getting breakthrough cases, fully vaccinated people should wear a mask inside where there's a high rate of transmission, or if someone in their household is at increased risk of disease or immunocompromised. They're also advised to get tested if they display symptoms or have come in close contact with an infected person in the past 5 to 7 days. If you've been exposed to someone with the virus, they should still wear a mask inside for 14 days or until they get a negative test result. The guidance also said fully vaccinated people that test positive or have symptoms should isolate themselves. In addition to these guidelines, everyone is reminded to follow all applicable laws from federal, state, local, and tribal authorities. For the unvaccinated or immunocompromised people, the guidelines continue to recommend following mitigation efforts: masking, social distancing, avoiding crowds, avoiding poorly ventilated areas. Another year has come and gone, and pretty much dealing with the same old, same old. Yeah, let me flip that over. Somebody sent me the link. I think it was Knucklebuster sent this to me a few minutes ago. Yeah, here's another example of, hey, do as I say, not as I do, from none other than the president and the first lady. That's right. President Biden and First Lady Jill caught violating Washington, D.C.'s indoor mask mandate, walking through a high-end Georgetown restaurant without masks over the weekend. The maskless Bidens recorded leaving Foie-la-Mer, flanked by masked Secret Service agents. The two dined at the pricey Italian seafood restaurant on the Potomac River after attending a service at Holy Trinity Catholic Church in Georgetown. Washington, D.C.'s Democrat mayor reinstated the indoor mask mandate back in July. The Bidens also violated the restaurant's mask policy, which mirrors the city's policy. According to the restaurant's website, per CDC guidance and D.C. mayor's executive order, all individuals over the age of 2 are required to wear a mask indoors regardless of vaccination status. Masks must be always worn while in our restaurants except while eating and drinking. The restaurant did not respond to the Fox News request for comment, but establishments that fail to enforce the mayor's executive order face warnings, fines, the revocation of licenses. Although the order also notes the enforcement provisions of this order shall not be applied to persons in the federal government or legislative branch of the district government while those persons are on duty. The Biden's behavior echoed that of the mayor himself, who has repeatedly been photographed, or I should say her, photographed flouting her own mask mandates. There you go. Yep, do as I say. Now, why is it if you are a person of the federal government or legislative branch exempt? You're exempt from this executive order.
You like that, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, isn't that impressive? So to go back to what you just read, the guidelines from the CDC and that we're stating, about the vaccinated people and testing of the unvaccinated and how the vaccinated can get the COVID and can spread the COVID. And how many of public officials do you know of that have been fully vaccinated that have had the COVID?
Mm-hmm.
We just had the city of Baltimore's mayor that's been tested positive. So if all these people that don't have the vaccination have to be tested weekly to go to work, why don't the vaccinated people have to be tested? Because they can get the vaccine, they can get the virus and they can spread the virus. And, I think it should be mandated that everybody has at least weekly testing. I think everybody should have to line up every week and get tested, whether you've been vaccinated or not. What do you think of that?
Yeah, well, I guess they won't have enough tests to go around.
Yeah, there you go. Well, China will send some more over for us. They'll put them on a container ship and send them over for us.
We'll get them next year.
There you go. Maybe. We'll see how many more pipelines they tear up with them ships out there and their anchors, right? But getting to be crazy how many there are. Now, what about the other ports to the north there? We haven't heard anything about up there to Seattle and Portland and stuff like that. They have ports up there, don't they?
Good question. I've not really seen any reporting that the other ports are having anywhere near what the deal is at, like L.A. and Long Beach. Why would that be?
Unless those are those super container ships and they only have crane ability to be able to reach the top containers because they're stacked up so high. Maybe the cranes in those ports, they can't either berth the ship or be able to reach the containers to actually get them off the ships. I don't know. Be kind of an interesting subject. I know the Port of Baltimore just got a whole bunch of new cranes in. I'm not sure. There's like 3 different port locations in Baltimore, so I'm not sure exactly where they went. But they got a bunch of new cranes in, and the way into the Baltimore Harbor from the Chesapeake Bay, you have to go underneath the Baltimore Beltway, and the bridge to do that is called the Key Bridge. Francis Scott Key. You remember him?
I
think
do.
He was a great American that wrote a little ditty there, didn't he? Yeah. So anyways, they named the bridge after him, but this bridge is pretty much up there at nosebleed height. And when these cranes came in from, guess where? Can you guess where we bought our cranes from?
China?
There you go.
Bingo!
Can you imagine that? Boy, I tell you, everything comes from China. So anyways, they hauled them all in on a big ship, and these cranes were within inches. I mean, they had to wait for low tide and to be able to make sure they could clear the underside of the structure of the bridge there with these cranes on the ship. So it was pretty amazing feat, I guess, to do what they did. But I don't know where they installed them at. But as you say, the ships actually have to get there before you can use them. So I'm not sure. As you're talking about trying to get these big ships through the Panama Canal, whether there's space to even fit them through, or whether they got to take the great truck. And if they're going down like South America, if they decide to do that and they're going down to like South America and around, they go by like Chile or however they say it, but Argentina and Venezuela and Brazil. Do you think they could pick up a few Haitians on the way and just save them all that hiking ability and just bring them along on the ships if they're going to do that?
That's an idea.
Maybe they got a couple extra empty.
Yeah.
Maybe having a couple extra empty containers or something they can put them in. I don't know. While they're at it, they can pick up some drugs for the drug lords and help them out too. There, I imagine. But I don't know. All crazy talk. Everything. How long have I been telling you the whole world's gone crazy, Your Honor? It's been a couple, 3 years, hasn't it?
Yeah, and it ain't getting any better anytime soon, the way I see it.
No, more and more. So, all right. Well, I'll let you get the middle break here that you got to get.
All right. We'll take care of business, as they say. All right. And we'll get back to your calls after a quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, thank you much. 25 past the hour, and back to the phones we go. Somebody on the line wanted to talk about the drug testing policy. Who we got on the line there?
Good morning, Steve. Hey, this is Scott.
Hey, Scott.
Great to be able to talk to you again. And, what it is I address the piss bottle shortage. And if you leave the facility, you consider it a refusal. And that actually, luckily, it didn't happen to me, but it damn nigh did. I went in, signed in and everything, and then it was, I waited about an hour, and there were some people ahead of me, and I thought, well, I'm stepping outside to have a quick cigarette. I go outside. In the meantime, she called my name. I come back in, and they said, yeah, they called for you. I went to her, and she says, I can't speak to you. You got to leave. I says, what? She says, anyways, I said, you refused to take the drug test. I says, no, I didn't. I'm right here. And went back and forth a little bit. She says, I'm sorry, get out of here. I don't want to deal with you. You refuse? That's the way it is. Luckily, the receptionist says, no, I seen him. He's standing right there having a cigarette right at the front door, and she saved my ass. But it's like, wow. She could have destroyed my career that quick,
Wow.
So I see you like that big win I had out there in Vegas there, that $10,000 win last weekend?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that was a for real deal, huh?
Yeah, it was. We had to be out of, we stayed there at the Paris, and we had to be out of there at 11 o'clock out of our room, and the limo picked us up at noon. And so I had about a half an hour to kill, and I had an extra $500 and just threw it in the machine. And Then it hit for 10,000, so it was perfect. By the time they paid me and everything else, I had to get out of Vegas and get to the airport, so it worked out pretty good. So
that way you didn't give 7,000 of it back.
Exactly. Or a good thing I didn't win it the night before. You know, I could have a lot of fun out there in Vegas.
Yeah, I hear
that
you.
kind of money.
No doubt.
But yeah, hell, we were on the tarmac and everything going by the Southwest Terminal. I couldn't believe it looked like there was no activity around there. Nothing was going on whatsoever. And before we left out there, Delta was saying, if anybody would be willing to give up their seat right now, we'll give you $1,000 and you can leave on an 11 o'clock flight. This was about a 2 o'clock flight, but so all you'd have to do is stay in Vegas for another 8 hours and get $1,000, you know. But there wasn't really no takers on that, but I think that was because that was right at the beginning of the, you know, I don't know, I want to say protesting the vaccination or whatever, the mandate on it, you know. So, but there was a lot of Southwest planes just sitting.
Well, that was.
But anyway,
memory serves, that was a $5 machine you were playing on, $5, and it was one. Was that one line?
Yes, it was. I could have, if I was betting the 5, which would have been $25 a spin, that would have paid $50,000. But since I was only doing it $5 at a time, it only paid out $10,000.
Only,
so, yeah.
That's pretty wild. Yeah. Double jackpot, all in a row on that one line. Yeah, he sent me the photograph of that. That's a good hit, right? Everybody wants to do that. We see that the first major roadway built in Pittsburgh since 1989 opened for travel, partially, this past Friday. The ribbon-cutting ceremony for the newly built Southern Beltway held in Robinson Township, Washington County. The 19-mile-long Southern Beltway, also known as Interstate 576, stretching from I-79 at the Allegheny and Washington County lines all the way to the Pittsburgh International Airport. There are 9 exits, and it attaches to the Findlay Connector, which will not be considered a part of the Southern Beltway. Right now, the ramps to and from Washington County are open, along with the ramp onto southbound 79 from the Southern Beltway. The ramp from Washington County onto the new road heading towards the airport. Rest of the ramps are going to be in construction, still paving, concrete on some of them. Looks like the Southern Beltway will also host 3 toll points, which will charge $5.60 for a typical 5-axle semi-truck with an Easy Pass, or $11.20 for those that are tolling by license plate. First major road built since 1989, Pittsburgh. News break time. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Mandates concerning getting the vaccine are still dividing people across America. There were protests and rallies held over the weekend in many cities. People on both sides of the issues demonstrating. And Arkansas's Republican governor talked about the administration's approach. Asa Hutchinson saying that the mandates do nothing but create more vaccine hesitancy. He spoke on NBC's Meet the Press.
Let me make it clear that when I say I don't believe we ought to be engaging in mandates, I'm speaking of the government mandates, whether it's a federal government mandate or a state government mandate.
The Coast Guard says a Mediterranean ship is now a suspect vessel in the oil spill investigation off Southern California, and a spokesman for the Coast Guard says the MSC Janet may have dragged an anchor back in January and it may have hit that pipeline. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately, with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, thank you so much, and welcome back here. Yes, Scott checking in via email with the California hours of service. Yeah, with the likes of hurricane supplies, COVID supplies, shortages of propane, getting hours of service exemptions. I wonder if this port issue will get hours of service exemption for the truck drivers. I mean, if a shortage of truckers, I would have thought this would have probably been done yesterday. Anyway, it is a great night to be trucking. Yeah, good question there, Steve. Yeah, you'd kind of wonder about that. But you are talking California, remember? So you never know. Jay, what's happening? Happy Monday.
Is this really Steve Sommers' show?
This is. It really is.
What a deal. What a deal. Good morning, Steve. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, good to have you with us. What's happening?
I got a question for you. I've heard the advertisements for the Turbo 3000, and my question is to you, didn't Andy Matouche, didn't he design that product for Cam 400?
I can't remember what it was initially designed. I know he was part of a team. There were three people initially involved in the development.
Okay, because I couldn't remember. I remembered some of his advertisements, but I couldn't remember if it was built for a Detroit or a Cummins. But I was just kind of curious if you remember. I know you go through a lot of stuff,
Right.
But I didn't know if maybe, I thought maybe I'd ask you because, like say, you were running ads and, well, yeah, I know you spend a little time with him out Louisville and stuff like that.
Well, I mean, over the years they had worked. I guess they'd worked it for all the different engines.
Okay. Yeah, I knew that, but I was trying. The other day, I heard the ad, and I got thinking about. He was on. I guess he was on your show one time. I think he was on your. Well, back when you was up with the other company,
right?
I thought he came on. He was on, and he was describing what they had designed it for initially. But now my next question is, have you read anything more about that guy out in Colorado that killed 4 people a couple of years ago? I guess they indicted him on 27 counts. I think it happened in 2018 or 19. I'm not sure.
I haven't. I don't think I've been following. I'm not sure who that would be.
I read the guy's name earlier today, but anyhow, he killed 4 people on Interstate 70 in Colorado. They originally had him up 40 counts or 40 charges, but they reduced it down to 27. He's 25 years old, and they give him life in prison. He was trying to go down, going down a mountain and lost his brakes, yada, 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 and I guess he killed 4 people. And sad situation, you know what I'm saying?
Is that the guy is that the one where he went right past the runaway ramp? Is that the one?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's it. I can't think of his last name. I seen it, but I don't know if it's on CDL Life or like anyhow. And I was reading it. That they give him like 27 counts. But things like that will happen, you know?
Yeah.
It's just sad. But anyhow, see, good to talk to you. Just thought I'd rattle your cage and keep you awake here a little bit. And let's get on to the next intelligent caller.
Thank you for checking in, Jay. I appreciate you being with us out there. Okay, so I'm looking here, and that ended up being a 28-car pileup. I remember that. He's 25 years old, faces decades in prison. The jurors largely agree with prosecutors who argued during the nearly 3-week trial that his loss of control, this was in 2019, was a crime, not an accident. This is the result of the defendant doing anything but caring for others that were on the road that day, according to the district attorney. Closing arguments this past Friday morning, telling jurors that Aguilera Maderos was his name. Aguilera Maderos displayed extreme indifference. After deliberating for more than 6 hours, the jury found him guilty on 4 counts of vehicular homicide, 6 counts of first-degree assault, 10 counts of attempted first-degree assault, 4 counts of careless driving causing death, 2 counts of vehicular assault, and 1 count of reckless driving. They acquitted him on an additional 15 counts of attempted first-degree assault. Several jurors and members of the victims' families declined to discuss the verdict with the Denver Post. It looks like he's scheduled to be sentenced on December 13th. On the day of the crash, he drove his semi-trailer full of lumber down I-70 at speeds in excess of 85 miles per hour, forcing other vehicles off the road before smashing into standstill traffic under a bridge. He passed and failed to use a runaway truck ramp and was aware that he was losing his brakes, according to prosecutors. So I guess the fact that he had the opportunity to use the runaway ramp, did not do so, and I guess they're saying that that's a crime. All right, looking at 16 before the hour. Our number, 844-844-3388. How was your weekend there in Florida, Philip?
Oh, it's great, man. It's 66 degrees down here right now, Steve. Can you believe that? 66 degrees down here in Florida. It'll be a nice day. How y'all doing up in Cincinnati?
50 degrees outside the secret bunker. A little chilly out.
Yeah, a little chilly for us down here. We're not used to 60s.
I hear you.
But that's okay. It's good. Hey, Steve, did you see anything? There's been an article that's been running around Facebook about our governor down here saying that he had a meeting with all his port authorities and that they want to bring those container ships over here to Florida and then load them. Have you heard anything about that?
Yeah, I touched on that, I think, Friday morning. I guess logistically, the problem is getting them from point A to from West Coast to East Coast.
Yeah, it seems like the Panama Canal is the only way to go, right?
That, or they would have to go. That, or they have to go all the way down around the southern tip of South America, and I think many of those super containers would not fit through the Panama Canal.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know. I was kind of surprised he put up with that, but he said everything is staffed over here and that we could handle it. So I imagine they probably run it 24 hours anyway, because I think all our ports down here do run 24 hours, as far as I know. Horse Feathers was touching on those chassis. When I used to pull the containers back a long time ago, those chassis were junk anyway back in the day, and they never maintained them correctly. They just set them in the yard and put them on a trailer, and that's it. They didn't change the tires unless they blew them out. So those chassis have always had a bad reputation with containers. I pulled them for many years, and I tell you what, they were a pain in the butt. I hated them, those pins and all that other stuff going on with them. Now, you were talking about the vaccine mandates. This week at Disney is the week. We got to have everything in by the 20th. I'm all set. I got my verification and everything done, but the 20th is when all the paperwork has to be in, and the 22nd is when they actually are going to start talking to people. So that's what it's coming down to the flank down here. I don't know how it is up there, but so it's coming down to D-Day. And one of the big things you were talking about testing, one of the big points that they had a problem with in our negotiation with our union, because it took so long for them to negotiate with our union about the vaccine mandates, was testing. So Disney finally, they were wanting us to pay for testing if we didn't get it, and then it was back and forth. And eventually they just decided on, well, we're going to mandate it for everybody, and then we're going to handle it on a case-by-case basis on the people that don't have the vaccine. So that's how they're doing it. They're going to do it on a case-by-case basis. And if you don't have it, you're going to be furloughed, and then they'll make a decision on where to place you at, because they're going to reassign you if they can. If they can't reassign you, then you're going to furlough you or lay you off. So that's the way it is with us. I don't know how it is with any of the other companies, but have you heard anything else about any other ones?
Not really. Haven't been paying a whole lot of attention. I did share earlier. How about Allison Williams of ESPN? Of course, ESPN is Disney is the parent company, and she doesn't want to get the vaccine because she's planning to have children and growing her family, and she's concerned about that. But apparently, they denied her request for an exemption, so. She kind of made a tearful announcement that she's going to be departing her dream job.
It's going to be a lot of people's lives are going to change this week. A lot of people that have been at Disney for a long time, but it's a decision that they got to make. The big question is, how are they going to handle the ones that have medical conditions? Because with autoimmune disease, like Crohn's disease and whatnot like that, they can't get the vaccine. Are they going to be reassigned to a position to where they're not going to be in contact with people? That's one of the things that was brought up. So it's going to be interesting. The demographic of our organization is going to change big time. So hopefully we can get through it all right. So that's pretty much all I got today, Steve. You have a good one. Thank you, sir.
All righty. Yes, so deadline week arrives for Disney employees. All right, we got a Monday, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Get a quick 2-minute timeout and return with more of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
There was an employee out at the ports of L.A. Shared a video last week, a TikTok video that's been viewed millions of times, to give the actual, the scope, the breadth of just how many containers are stacked up out there. It's from an elevated area. Now, he described this is the yard, and containers are stacked and packed to the hilt. I guess they can stack them 6 high. And as far as the eye can see, these stacks of containers, it's really almost impossible to grasp, and all of them are loaded with varying merchandise. And it's not any of the ships that are still waiting to offload into the yard and find a place to put them. There's just nowhere to go with them. I'll see if I can share. It's a TikTok video. I'll see if I can share that with you via my Facebook page. But it is mind-boggling, the amount of merchandise that's out there. All right, we've cleared out the lines, right? 2 hours yet to go, so jump on in at 844-844-3388. Meanwhile, Philadelphia in the headlines. More restrictions on law enforcement seeking to curb the social injustice phenomenon known as driving while black. Philadelphia has passed legislation the mayor's expected to sign that will bar police from making minor traffic stops. Once the mayor signs the law, and it will take effect in 120 days, restricting police from making stops for things like busted taillights or expired tags. According to the Philadelphia Inquirer, activists have considered those sort of traffic interactions as disproportionately exposing blacks to traffic stops, leading to a Philadelphia City Council to pass the Driving Equality Bill to curb what they call unequal police practices against minorities. Another bill passed to create a database of traffic stops. These bills end the traffic stops that promote discrimination while keeping the traffic stops that promote public safety, according to the City Council. This approach will redirect police time and resources toward keeping Philadelphians safe while removing negative interactions that widen the divide and perpetuate mistrust in police. According to the Defender Association, 97% of traffic stops in Philadelphia are for what they call low-level infractions. Black individuals, who represent 43% of the population, have accounted for 72% of stops for vehicle code violations. Too many people who look like me, says the mayor. A traffic stop is a rite of passage. We pick out cars, we determine routes, we plan our social interactions around the fact that it's likely we will be pulled over by the police. Mayor says Philadelphia will lead the nation by removing police from certain traffic stops. There you go, Philadelphia. I don't know, and as I was saying Friday morning, you take a look at Philadelphia. I guess every city has its distressed areas, the slum areas, but boy, they really have their work cut out for them to get the drugs off the streets in those Streets of Kensington videos. It's just downright alarming. And the thing is, these people are out there openly injecting heroin, fentanyl, whatever, injecting themselves, right out in front of police. Got a couple minutes before we hit top of the hour news update. And who we got here? Is it Horse Feathers?
Oh, thanks for taking me back quick, Your Honor. Yeah, so I guess I heard on your news break there that there was a big shooting up in Lancaster, Pennsylvania over the weekend. We were just up there Saturday afternoon there. I had to go to Peterbilt and pick up a part. We ran over to Home Depot, so I don't know how close to involved I might have been to that. I didn't hear any gunshots, but that I guess we were right up there in the area. And so that might have been interesting. But congratulations to Kyle Larson there. What did they say that was, his 8th win of the season? So not that I watched about the last 2 laps there. I switched over to try to find the local news. And the race was just ending. Of course, NASCAR isn't very exciting anymore, so we really don't care about it. And then those 1.5-mile cookie cutter tracks that Texas is, that just kind of just wipes it right out, any interest whatsoever. But congratulations to him for his 8th win, especially from what he had to go through to get back into NASCAR for his little issues that he had, if we remember, a few years back. So I think he's well deserved what he's got. But anyways, so these cars that are going to be racing around Indy, are they going to be like IROC? Are they all going to be set up the same so that they can, and do they have to go, pre-race, the template and all that, the post-race, investigation and all that, make sure that they're all within spec? And is it going to be a long enough race? They're going to do pit stops too, or are they going to have to come in for pit stops?
No, it's just going to be.
Make it pretty.
It's going to be 20 laps, aka 50 miles. So that's that would all run without any pit stops or anything.
Yeah. So the one thing I did notice about that race in Texas, they only had 39 cars, Your Honor. I didn't know if you saw anything about that, but not only, most of the time in the last few years here, they've been fielding 40 instead of 43. I don't know whatever happened to 43. They always had 43 cars in the race, and now all of a sudden, the last few years they went down to 40. And yesterday's race only had 39 cars in it. So I guess we can't afford. All the teams can't afford to be out there and pay to play with the big boys. But anyways, I don't know.
You remember the days when they would have 50 cars that would show up like down at Daytona to try to qualify for the 500, and a bunch of them never even made the field.
Sure. I think they used to push 60, for the Daytona 500, and. But yep, you're right. Only 43 would race, and there was a lot of big names that used to have to, race their way in. Some of them didn't make it back in the day. But anyway, so I don't know. I just thought I'd touch back with you real quick on that. And as I say, I don't know if you can come up with any more the deal in Lancaster, what happened with that shooting up there. But anyways, we had about 46 degrees when we crossed into Maryland out of PA this morning there at the Macy-Dixie line. And down here around D.C., the nation's capital, we're running right about 50, 51 degrees right now. So I guess that's about the best we can do for you here. And I don't know, maybe if you need another caller one more time, if Knucklebuster doesn't produce a whole last hour there, that loneliest hour, maybe we'll come up with something new to come back for you.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the number. Maybe it's because I've got you on right now. I'm not seeing what number call that is from you. Got a lost track on the numbers, didn't we? Hey, we're up to top of the hour. Yeah, it was Park City Center, the mall there, I guess, where the shooting took place. It was Sunday afternoon. But we'll give you the details, what we've got. It was about 2:30 in the afternoon is when that all unfolded this past day. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
A pair of Sunday shooting incidents in America leading the news as multiple people were wounded and 2 people are in custody after a shooting at a Pennsylvania mall on Sunday afternoon. Police in Lancaster say they were called to the Park City Center just before 2:30. They found 6 people needed to be taken to local hospitals, though they are expected to recover. The Lancaster Bureau of Police says there's no imminent danger to the public, and the 2 people they believe were responsible are in custody. In Grambling, Louisiana, though, 1 person is dead and several others wounded after a shooting at Grambling State University. It happened just after 1 a.m. Sunday during a homecoming event. Several victims confirmed at the scene, with one of them being a student who was hospitalized. A non-student was the one who died from their wounds. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
A new week's about to begin, and the White House confirms President Biden will be resuming his active efforts to get his legislative priorities passed on Capitol Hill, one of them the bipartisan infrastructure bill, which his Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, says could address a current problem. Speaking on CNN's State of the Union, Secretary Buttigieg said funding in the bill would quickly help fix some of the problems being caused by the coronavirus pandemic. He says the current supply chain problem will be addressed in the short term by the opening of the ports, including in Los Angeles, 24/7.
Our ports have not generally operated on a 24/7 basis. We've secured commitments to change that.
But he says that might not be able to last forever under the current situation. So again, that bipartisan infrastructure bill is something he says should be passed, as well as the so-called social infrastructure bill. That's one that Republicans simply won't sign on to, and Democrats are fighting about it themselves. This is USA Radio News.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. That's 800-610-5739. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
details.
After 2 years of revamping the MacBook, Apple is set to potentially unveil its new design at their launch event Monday, according to Bloomberg. It says redesigns for the new MacBook Pros could include their own chips and new ports with space for an HDMI cable to connect to monitors and a magnetic charger. The report also says a bigger screen on the iMac and a more powerful Mac Mini desktop are also possibly going to be announced. The Monday launch event will likely provide a release date for the latest version of Mac software and other Apple products that are known to be on their way. Meanwhile, consumers who never even knew what supply chain meant are getting a real schooling in it these days. And here's the latest from USA Radio's Tim Berg.
As supply chain shortages continue across the country, there is concern over how the problem is being fixed. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg appears on NBC's Meet the Press on Sunday to talk about what is driving these shortages and how the Biden administration is responding.
What I can tell you is that, we're doing everything we can for the short term and the long term. And there are some X factors out there on everything from, pandemic-related closures of factories and ports in Asia to things that are going on through the chain on the U.S. side.
That was Tim Berg, and for USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
So we have indeed crossed over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome to a Monday. Close out another weekend. All right, so what do we got here? Yep. About 2:30 in the afternoon. The mall there in Lancaster. As many as 6 transported to local hospitals, 2 with gunshot wounds, 2 suspects taken into custody. Lancaster District Attorney did say that the injuries are non-life-threatening. There's a video on social media, appears to show a woman running away, screaming after what sounds like a couple of gunshots ring out in the mall. 3 individuals close to each other. When the shots rang out, one of them appeared to fall to the ground. In another video, there's a heavy police presence inside the mall. Portion of the mall taped off. Obviously, a large number of customers fled to the parking lot following the incident. And let's see, they issued a statement. Spokesman for the Park City's owner, the mall there, we're saddened and angered by the unfortunate, isolated incident that happened in our shopping center today. This is a developing investigation. We need to direct you to our partners at Lancaster PD and the state police. We're grateful for their swift actions to contain the situation. Our highest priority right now is the well-being of our guests and tenants. See, 57-year-old Hannah Ali said that the shooting took place after apparently a fight in the International Food Court that she owns along with her sister. She said an argument broke out between a group of 4 people just outside the store, 2:30, centered around 2 adult men. Scuffle took place during which one of the men brandished a gun and began making threats to the others. The gun was knocked from the man's hand. The second man then mounted him and shot him. Second man, also part of the group, was also shot. Although she said she's not sure how he was shot. Everything went so fast. We were all scared, so we're hiding behind the register. I believe she said she heard 5 or 6 shots. One of the men appeared to be a shot in the leg and the shoulder. So there you go. That's some sort of a dispute at the food court in the mall there. But everybody ends up, you hear the gunshots, you're in the mall, everybody goes into lockdown, go back into the back rooms, you're hiding out, seeking shelter. Your brain kind of shuts down. What am I going to do? Fight or flight, that kind of thing. Scarecrow, happy Monday. Good morning.
Top of the morning, bud. A perfect night for diesel trucking up here in Wisconsin. We got crystal clear sky, 42 degrees. A lot of the Schneider eggs are disappearing from the construction zones. I got to hand it to Always Moving again. She brought a story to the front page that would be buried well into the pages of any paper or such. Contribute that to the overnight trucking program here. Referencing Always Moving story a week or 2 back about the hot air balloons. I've often thought about my retirement years, not too far ahead, what I might be doing. Well, I know I won't be piloting a hot air balloon. I'd kind of forgotten that you have to have a pilot's license to deal with one of them. Referencing back to a short bit of time I spent in a C-17 simulator. The first attempted landing, somebody in the room said they'd never seen a C-17 come in that steep before. So the instructor, he reset it and told me to give it another pass. Well, that didn't go so well either. He said there were no survivors on that one, so I don't think we have to worry about Scarecrow getting a pilot's license anytime soon. Referencing appliances and such.
Yes.
We all know they're designed with planned obsolescence today. But believe it or not, we are still using our 40-year-old, I believe it's a Kenmore dryer. Wife kind of cringes each time I do repair it, but aside from a couple fuses I've put in the back of it, new leathers on the drum here a couple of years back. The thing's 41 years old and still ticking. I enjoy not having to spend $1,000 on a new front loader or such.
Yeah.
The original washing machine, that gave up the ghost about 10 years back. That too being a Kenmore. The unit that replaced it, I don't recall which brand it is, but that thing, I would say, weighs maybe 30 to 40% less than that original one. Just moving into the house, listening to it run, I can tell that's going to have a short lifespan or such. So either way, and on a serious note here, I don't want to say ass on the radio, but it's time for drivers to pull their heads out of their keister. We've tracked this different times over the years, but twice last week now, I watched incidents take place that they're a disaster in the making. A known construction zone over our way here, going down just a slight grade. You could see a mile and a half ahead. The barrels in place, flashing lights. You can see the barricade company truck set up on the left shoulder, and he's parked right on the yellow line. Two four-wheelers out in front of me. I had a gap of about 500 feet behind them. And there's an LTL line haul truck. He's running about 68 past me, and I signaled him over. But he couldn't take 15 seconds out of his trip to fall in behind those four-wheelers. He had to run parallel with them, squeezing in between them and, that barricade truck that was on the left-hand shoulder. The common sense is just out the window these days. The second note, it was another LTL company. I won't give the name. They might have green tractors, and they might have a round circle in the front of their trailers with a OD in it. But either way, I'd followed him for probably a half hour. No issues other than a quick bobble into the left lane like he was intentionally jerked it over. But there too, another grade. We could see maybe 3 miles ahead, just a dead straightaway. Some of the guys know where the Petro is near Portage, Wisconsin. Well, prior to that, running eastbound, it's about a 3-4 mile stretch. And halfway across that flat ground, because we both saw, everybody could see the truck sitting on the right-hand shoulder running eastbound. And behind it, once we level out, a person behind a van trailer, they kind of lose sight of the shoulder and whatnot and such. But I knew that truck was still sitting there. And finally, within maybe half mile, I shifted over. The left lane was wide open. And I'm watching this truck in front of me. He's not moving over left. He's actually drifting to the right. He was on the white line when he passed that truck on the shoulder. I don't know how the mirrors did not clip, but in continuing on, he never did jerk the wheel to the left. I don't even think that he realized that rig was there. Another foot or two, that was a major disaster in the making, and could have easily taken me out, with it. It just, like I say, the common sense thing. A lot of this is driven by the ELD thing and everybody, chasing the clock and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Another big issue is, technology. The way things have gone since with the smartphone, whatnot. You look back over the years, the last 20 years or so, the number of major crashes, winter and summer. I fully believe, the smartphone has a lot to do with it, distractions and such. I have guys, passing me. It's funny. Richard Petty used to say he's entitled to half of the track, and he'll take his half out of the center of the racetrack. Well, I have guys passing me that they kind of have that same philosophy, it seems, where, I'll shift to the right as best I can, and I'll glance in the mirror, and when I see their steer tire over the dotted line, and they're still not even halfway past me, I'm eating the rumble strip, and they're carrying on like, I don't know if they can't handle 70-mile-an-hour truck or what's going on, but so yeah, there's technology, good and bad, but no, it's when we don't police our own actions, others police them for us. And I think once that 65-mile-an-hour speed limiter hits the industry way, then everybody's going to be wondering what the hell happened here, But so either way, I'm glad I was able to get in and didn't have to drop off here, this morning and such way. I'll try to remember to call in a little earlier in my evening. I actually have to get out and work once in a while,
I hear you.
So either way, Steve, appreciate your taking my call and whatnot, and we'll do it again, right?
Thank you so much, Scarecrow. And be safe out there. All right, looking at 20 past the hour. One of our listening friends sent me, that's quite interesting, an article from last week, which is entitled, The California Version of the New Green Deal, the Green New Deal. And an October 16th EPA settlement with transportation is what's creating the container shipping backlog. Working California ports 24/7 will not help. And he explains why, to which we will share with you coming up after a quick timeout. Otherwise, plenty of room for you on a Monday. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, this is rather interesting. I think they, may be onto something. You remember last week when many people were sharing that the problem at the ports has more to do with the California emission standards than anything else? He says the issues being discussed today relate to events that happened a long time ago. As a matter of fact, it was so predictable that Amazon, Walmart, UPS, FedEx, Samsung, the Home Depot, and Target all had taken actions years ago, long before COVID, because they knew this day would come. It was not accidental that those companies showed up at the White House to discuss the issue, because there's now a full court press to hide it. There's one very specific regional issue driving the problem. The trucking issue at the Port of Los Angeles and the Port of Long Beach is that all semi-tractors have to be current with the new California emissions standards. As a consequence, that means trucks cannot be older than 3 years if they're to pick up or deliver containers at those ports. This issue wipes out approximately half the fleet of trucks used to move containers in and out of the port. Operating 24/7 will not cure the issue, because all it does is pile up more containers that sit idle as they await a limited number of trucks to pick them up. This is the central issue, he says. On October 16 of 2020, right at 1 year ago, the EPA reached a settlement agreement with the California Air Resources Board to shut down semi-tractor rigs that were non-compliant with the new California emission standards. In effect, what this determination and settlement created was an inability of half the nation's truckers from picking up anything from the Port of LA or Long Beach. Virtually all private owner-operator trucks and half the fleet trucks that are used for moving containers were essentially shut out. In an effort to offset the problem, transportation companies started using compliant trucks, aka low emission, to take the products to the California state line where they could be transferred to non-compliant trucks who cannot enter California. However, the scale of the problem creates an immediate bottleneck, and that builds over time. It doesn't matter if the ports start working 24/7. They're only going to end up with even more containers waiting on a limited number of available trucks. Well, in an effort to obfuscate the actual problem, to hide the epicenter of the issue, the White House put on a performance to provide political cover in a grand pantomime. Biden meeting with the heads of the ports of L.A. and Long Beach, the International Longshore and Warehouse Union. The conference sold as Biden and Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg show actions they're taking to address delays and congestion across the transportation supply chain. That publicly promoted action event was a complete political farce, he says. No amount of extra productivity in working the docks to offload ships will solve the issue of trucks that cannot pick up the containers and distribute them toward manufacturing or warehouses. Ships from China and Southeast Asia being diverted from California into the Gulf of Mexico or East Coast have to go through the Panama Canal. It takes twice as long and costs twice as much, if not more. Hence, what would be massive shipping price increases. So maybe there is more to the whole inability for half the damn trucks in the country not able to go into California. And we spoke to numerous drivers when they implemented that said, I don't have to go into California. Yeah, screw California. Let them sit on their freight. All right, very interesting. Rolling toward, we'll get our news break. Bottom of the hour, just around the corner here. Hang in there, Chevy Guy. Got you coming up on a Monday morning. Of course, after that, we've got plenty of room for you at 844-3388. North Carolina State Highway Patrol will be aggressively enforcing stop arm and other traffic violations in and around school zones. Part of Operation Stop Arm this week. Starting at 6 a.m. this morning, October the 18th, going through Friday the 22nd at 5 p.m., this will run in tandem with National School Bus Safety Week. Were you aware of that? The ultimate goal this week is to help educate, spread awareness, and work to prevent needless tragedies involving our children, according to the commander of the North Carolina State Highway Patrol. All roadway users can join our commitment to putting an end to stopped school bus violations. By adhering to speed limits and avoiding distractions, we can all make great strides in reaching this attainable goal, as you put it. Passing a stopped school bus, by the way, is considered a Class 1 misdemeanor. But there's an awful lot of people that don't pay much attention, as Scarecrow was just pointing out. All right, we'll return after this. Rolling into a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
With Monday comes the start of the trial in Brunswick, Georgia, of 3 men accused of murdering Ahmaud Arbery. Jury selection scheduled to start in the murder trial of Greg and Travis McMichael. They're the father and son who prosecutors say armed themselves and then pursued the unarmed black man after spotting him jogging in their neighborhood just outside Brunswick. Also standing trial is William Roddy Bryan. He's a neighbor of theirs who took video of the Travis McMichael shooting of Arbery at very close range. It's expected to be a lengthy jury selection process. The judge has ordered a minimum of 1,000 potential members in the jury pool. The congressional panel investigating the January Capitol attack ready to press criminal charges against former Trump strategist Steve Bannon. A vote on the matter is set for Tuesday, and this is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to bingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at bingoRadioUSA.com. That's bingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
With Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, guess that means it's back to me, back on a Monday. Let's see who we got checking in here. About an hour ago, Hired Gun jumped on board, got tuned in Kingston, Georgia. Greetings to all. Got to go to work in a couple of hours, but I'll hang out till then. Thank you much. Hello, the perfect stranger, checking in 47 degrees in southwest New Hampshire. By the way, happy belated birthday. Yeah, thank you very much. Eskimo Mom checking in, happy birthday to the princess. Hanging out at the Home 20 on an off day, kind of a chilly but beautiful moonlit night. Everybody be safe out there. All right. Hello to Bill checking in this morning. Let me see here. For the gentleman that was asking about the Turbo 3000, what was it created for? Fred said it was Cummins. It was designed for the Cummins to compete with the first edition electronic Detroit engine's fuel mileage. When the first edition electronic engines came out, like in 1989. Okay. Who else we got on board here? Always some of our friends conversing back and forth. Let's see. Melody on board. Morning, everyone. What's the number for Steve? Well, Melody, that's 844-844-3388, right? Thank you so much. All right. There you go. Oh, I see Philip shared the number with her. All right. She said thank you. All right. Good to have you with us. What else we got? All right. Speaking of a beautiful moonlit night, not quite a full moon, but it will be in short order. The first full moon of astronomical fall will rise in the middle of spooky season. Just 2 weeks before the ghosts and ghouls go out trick-or-treating. Last full moon was, September 20th, just 2 nights before the equinox, which marked the official start of astronomical fall. It was also known as the harvest moon, one of the more popular full moons of the year. The upcoming full moon is set to rise Wednesday, right after sunset local time. October's full moon, often called the hunter's moon. At the time of year when hunters begin collecting food and storing it for the long, cold winter months ahead, according to the Old Farmer's Almanac. Other nicknames for October's full moon include the falling leaves moon, the migrating moon, the dying rice moon, or the freezing moon. Last October, as you may recall, we had 2 full moons, second of which was actually on Halloween. That was a blue moon. This is the first time that a full moon filled the sky on Halloween since 2001. Doesn't happen again till the year 2039. But folks out enjoying views of the moon Wednesday night, be on the lookout for shooting stars, as well as the hunter moon will coincide with the peak of the Orionid meteor shower this week. In a typical year, the onlookers can count around 20 meteors per hour during the Orionids, but of course the light, the full hunter's moon, is going to wash out many of the dimmer meteors, so that'll reduce the number visible to just probably a few per hour. If you're determined to see the Orionids, probably wait till the second half of the night when the meteor shower is most active. Focus on darker areas of the sky away from that bright full moon. All right, morning, Chevy guy. What's going on?
All pretty good. Great show tonight. Need update on some of the news. Now I like this newscast that you've got. You know, this company, they're pretty good on most of their news. They left out a couple things. The Lamont Arbery. These guys didn't gather their guns and go chase this guy down because there was a black man running through the neighborhood, jogging through the neighborhood. And it was overkill. Them grabbing up their guns and going after this guy. But they have had reports this guy was in a construction zone and fell through a half-built house. So that they were just seeing what he was down there for, and just at the end of the, thank goodness for the film, the guy in the back filming this event, right whenever they got right to the front of the truck, and I guess was challenged, the young man turned and attacked the one of the guys with the gun. So it wasn't just three rednecks gathering up their guns going after a black man jogging through the neighborhood.
Okay.
So it just, you know, in interest of having the whole story put out there. And then the other thing, Food Judge, you know, I get up this morning, or last night, I guess, you know, among other things, like why, you know, you got, what's his face? Fauci said, we're all going to have a great Christmas if we get our vaccinations, you know, we can all gather up together, you know, and then we can pass the virus around again among the vaccinated, you know. That's not what he said. I'm laying there getting up thinking, why is this man not in jail? Food Judge, I guess something that he said was interesting. I have been listening for it. I didn't hear it on the show, on the broadcast. He's talking about getting CDLs to drivers quicker. Think about that. You know, I don't know what that means. I mean, you're going to put a whole bunch of drivers out there with no experience, and good luck driving in California. All I got to say.
You think he's referring to the 18 to 21-year-old? You think that's what he means?
I don't know if you get a chance to hear it. You know, that's all I'm getting up trying to get my coffee going, and he had made a statement that among the issues is getting CDLs to drivers quicker, because the part of the problem is the lack of drivers. So, you know, of course, they never mentioned the fact that they cut out half the truck fleet. Thank good Lord, this old 2007 Kenworth is not qualified to cross over the California state line. Thank God. But yeah, it's they know the issue, but they're not really telling it all. And I just thought I'd share that, bring the news, little bit of balance to the news report. But for the most part, them boys do a pretty good job. But that Lamont Arbery and everything, it just, you know, tell the truth. We can handle the truth. You know, just give us the whole story. Don't try to. You know, by the way, as I remember, the state of Georgia, I believe, after that situation, did something about eliminating or reducing the stand your ground law. So, you know, they're basically lynching them fellas in this situation. So, I might be wrong there, but I know way too much about Georgia. I live 40 miles inside the line from Augusta, and I don't get any news out of Columbia. So what can I say? Other than that, I'm going to sit back and copy the rest of the mail and enjoy the show. Tim Moore.
Thank you for checking in here on a Monday, one of our, less busy days of the week. Yeah, let's see. In the musical world, I guess it's hell getting old, ain't it? Motley Crue singer Vince Neil plunging off the stage into a crowd of fans after slipping on set before he was rushed to the hospital. He is now 60 years old, whisked away in an ambulance after the incident at the Monster on the Mountain Festival there in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. Captured on the video featured on TMZ, wildly clapping as he engaged with the fans, celebrating performing with his own band, wearing a black bandana to push back his blonde hair. But the clip shows him charging from the side of the stage to the front to greet the music lovers there in the front row. After clapping, he takes a few steps forward and plunges down the drop below. It's like, yep, you went one step too far there. TMZ said the star, who hasn't performed with Motley Crue since 2015, was a few songs into the set when he stepped to the edge of the stage, suddenly tumbling to the cement down below. He was clearly in pain. Crew thought he had some broken ribs. Had a roadie and a security guy help him get to his feet. He kind of limped away. He was taken by ambulance, x-rays, and got some broken ribs. And I hear broken ribs are very, very painful. That's my understanding. Yeah, then you've got Tony Bennett. The Grammy Award-winning singer Tony Bennett has become the oldest person to release an album of new material. So says the Guinness Book of World Records. He set the record with the release on October 1st. His new album with Lady Gaga, entitled Love for Sale. He is 95, well, the age of 95 plus 60 days. Yeah, and the clip announcing the release of the album, celebrating the music of Cole Porter, Lady Gaga spoke about what it means to perform with Tony Bennett since they met 10 years ago. She said, I see a young boy every time I sing with him. Yeah, to have it be about two souls singing together, and yet at the same time, I take in all his wisdom, all his years. This album recorded over a period of 2 years. And she's been performing with him for, like I said, they met like 10 years ago, but 90 years old. Dusty Bennett also holds 4 other Guinness World Records. The oldest person to reach number 1 on the U.S. album chart with a newly recorded album, Cheek to Cheek. The longest time between UK top 20 albums, 39 years. The oldest person to enter the UK top 20 album chart with duets when he was 80 years old. And the longest time between the release of an original recording and a re-recording of the same single by the same artist. 95 years old. Tony been around a few days, huh? Would this be the Monkey Gouger?
Well, good morning, Steve.
What's happening? How was your weekend?
Oh, it was an eventful weekend, man. Everything was going good. Took Biscuit on the first deer hunt, and she done real good. I was real proud of her. We was sitting there in the deer stand, and I took her a little bit early to get the stand because I wanted to see how she was going to do it. She done real good. You know, I sat there for about 2.5 hours. About last 45 minutes, she got a little restless. I told her, I said, hey, now, come on now. It's getting just time for the deer to start walking. I said, if you look to your left, there's a deer standing right there by you. She turned around, she looked, and she says, Pig, that's Bambi. We can't shoot him. I said, okay, we won't shoot Bambi.
Yeah.
So I turned my head to look around to the other side. There was 3 or 4 more deer standing there. And I looked to the left, and she's out there waving at the deer. I said, what are you doing? She said, I'm telling Bambi hello. I said, you can't be doing that. And she said, Pigs, I ain't never seen no deer like this. I said, well, just be still now. We gonna see some more. By the time I got the binoculars up and I'm looking through the field and I see this buck, good-sized buck, been a nice buck, come easing in the field. I said, now don't you move. I said, put your earmuffs on. I said, because we fitting to make deer sausage out of this one. He said, got horns? I said, yeah. I said, he got horns. I got the rifle up trying to dial him in. I thought I cut the telephone off. Apparently I didn't. About the time I got the rifle up and got him dialed in, phone started ringing. Bring, bring, bring.
Oh, no.
Well, it didn't take just a minute. They disappeared. I picked up the phone. I said, this better be good. She said, you need to bring that baby out them woods. It's getting dark. It was Debbie calling me, raising hell. I said, you just missed us killing us killing a deer. So anyway, that was her first deer hunt. She thinks she's supposed to go from now on. So I started a little monster on that. But everything went good, Steve. I was real proud of her. She good little deer hunter. But Steve, did you hear anything about or see anything Saturday night on the Tennessee game? Tennessee and Ole Miss.
I'm trying to remember. I don't know if I was watching. I don't think I saw that game.
Well, that game got suspended for 45 minutes, about 12:30 at night. They had a call down there. Them referees have been making bad calls the whole night. I mean, they were just messing up right and left, and they did get this one right, but the Tennessee fans didn't see it that way. So they start throwing water bottles, beer cans, golf balls, hit the head coach for Ole Miss with a golf ball. And they panning around up there through the crowd, and you ain't gonna believe who I seen standing up there hanging all this on.
Who was it?
I'll give you one guess. Who do you think it would have been?
Trying to remember who's a Tennessee fan, or who's the Ole Miss fan?
Well, it was one Mr. Hillbilly Texican.
Oh no, really?
Standing up there.
Oh
yeah, he was standing up there in that crowd. I recognized him, that old beard, that go to hell hat that he wears. Had that cane up like Moses parting the water, talking about charge. And they start throwing stuff again. Well, they panned up through there again, and last time I seen him, the damn popo was after him.
Again?
So I don't know. Again, so I don't know where Tex is. I don't know if they got him in jail or what. But I called Moose tonight, and I said, Moose, you got any good lawyers up that area? He said, I got a damn handful of them. I said, we probably going to need them. He said, what do you mean? I said, well, old Tex was over there inciting a riot at that volunteer stadium in Tennessee there. Last time I seen anything on the news there when they was panning back up through there, I said, old Tex was on the run. So I said, we might need to start calling around to the Popo station to find out if Tex is in jail or not. So we're going to have to probably start a GoFundMe page for him to get his butt out of jail again.
Boy,
that
oh
thing
boy.
just can't stay out of trouble. But I can't, man, Steve, I've seen some irate fans in my life, but I mean, they were throwing stuff from the top of that stadium down there. They had to move everybody out in the middle of the field. The Popo had to go up there and clean out the section right there by, where Miss Ole Miss was on the sideline. They had to clean all them bleachers out. It was a good 45 minutes. They was had to suspend plays. They got the crowd calmed down, and there was enough water bottles out there. I don't know how many water bottles. And there were 3 or 4 people. There was a young girl there. She got hit in the head with one of them water bottles. One of them irate Tennessee people throwed out the thing, and she was crying and carrying on. And I mean, you get hit in the head with a full water bottle, it's gonna do some damage. But my question is, why would you take a golf ball to a damn football game?
I was thinking, I was pulling up one of the videos. I said that was one of the coaches, wasn't it, that got hit with a golf ball?
That was the head coach for Ole Miss. He was the offensive coach for Alabama, and he went to Ole Miss, and yeah, they creamed him. And then it was a mess. I mean, it was. Me and Deb was sitting. I said, "Can you believe this?" And then I looked up there and seen Moses up there with that cane parting the sea, hollering charge. I said, "Well, that's a place." I said, "I know that guy right there." I said, "That's old Tex." And so, like I say, I ain't got a chance to talk to him. I don't know where he's at. I don't know if he's comatose over there in the county jail or what, but he ought to be ashamed of himself starting that riot up there.
Wow.
But if you get a chance to look at that full video, you ought to go back and look at it. I mean, it was completely chaos for about a good 45 minutes.
So what do they say? That's a class act when you start throwing stuff out on the field, right?
Oh, that's a class act, buddy. That's a class act. I mean, it was bad. I've seen it, it's been a long time ago. Carolina and Clemson got their ass in trouble. They suspended them for bowl play, coming to a bowl or anything for a year for their antics up there. But this was worse than that Carolina Clemson game that year. It was something to see. But Steve, the other thing I called you about tonight, well, we're gonna talk a little trucking here. Have you seen that questionnaire that was put out on CDL Live by the FMSCA asking you, I think it's like 15 questions why the slowdown in America, why the trucks are slowed down and all this?
Yep.
Did you see, I think it was question number 8 or 9, what part does global warming play in this? Now, what the hell has global warming got to do with them unloading them ships out there in California?
Not a thing.
Not a thing. So I put on there, I said, what the hell has global warming got to do with these ships getting unloaded? They ain't got nothing to do with it. But yeah, you leftists have got to go ahead and try to make something out of nothing, So I thought that was pretty damn. What effect does climate change got on the slowdown in America? Golly. So anyway, I'm gonna bump the dock here and sit back and listen to the rest of the show. And it's good talking to you, my friend.
Thanks for checking in, and thanks for the heads up on that game over the weekend. Yeah, because I was watching football there Saturday night. There were some good games. All right, what are we looking at? A couple minutes, we'll be up to top of the hour, get a news update, get the latest what's going on out there. As we roll into a Monday, meanwhile, quick like the TV channel A&E announcing the return of a popular trucking reality show after a several years hiatus. Friday, they announced Shipping Wars will be returning with new episodes starting on November 30th. The original episodes of Shipping Wars ran from January of 2012 to April of 2015. This is the one that features independent carriers hauling like unusual or oversized loads, racing to deliver the item intact by the shipper's deadline. It wasn't clear from the announcement whether the former trucker cast members would be returning for the new episodes, or will it be an all-new cast? One of the show's unofficial stars, Roy Garber, actually passed away from a heart attack at the age of 49. But I'm trying to recall, wasn't that the show where you've got these different cast of characters, and if it's the right one, they're bidding on hauling a particular load, whatever oddity it might be, but they're all undercutting each other. Is that the one? Is that the right one I'm thinking of? This guy bids $900. And the other guy says, well, I'll haul it for $750. This guy says, I'll haul it for $600. And it just kind of defies all the logic. Why are you all undercutting one another to ultimately haul the load for the cheapest price? I believe that was the one. Meanwhile, though, we'll get final hour just ahead on a Back to Work Monday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
A pair of Sunday shooting incidents in America leading the news as multiple people were wounded and 2 people are in custody after a shooting at a Pennsylvania mall on Sunday afternoon. Police in Lancaster say they were called to the Park City Center just before 2:30. They found 6 people needed to be taken to local hospitals, though they are expected to recover. The Lancaster Bureau of Police says there's no imminent danger to the public, and the 2 people they believe were responsible are in custody. In Grambling, Louisiana, though, 1 person is dead and several others wounded after a shooting at Grambling State University. It happened just after 1 a.m. Sunday during a homecoming event. Several victims confirmed at the scene, with one of them being a student who was hospitalized. A non-student was the one who died from their wounds. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
A new week's about to begin, and the White House confirms President Biden will be resuming his active efforts to get his legislative priorities passed on Capitol Hill, one of them the bipartisan infrastructure bill, which his Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, says could address a current problem. Speaking on CNN's State of the Union, Secretary Buttigieg said funding in the bill would quickly help fix some of the problems being caused by the coronavirus pandemic. He says the current supply chain problem will be addressed in the short term by the opening of the ports, including in Los Angeles, 24/7.
Our ports have not generally operated on a 24/7 basis. We've secured commitments to change that.
But he says that might not be able to last forever under the current situation. So again, that bipartisan infrastructure bill is something he says should be passed, as well as the so-called social infrastructure bill. That's one that Republicans simply won't sign on to, and Democrats are fighting about it themselves. This is USA Radio News.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. That's 800-610-5739. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
After 2 years of revamping the MacBook, Apple is set to potentially unveil its new design at their launch event Monday, according to Bloomberg. It says redesigns for the new MacBook Pros could include their own chips and new ports with space for an HDMI cable to connect to monitors and a magnetic charger. The report also says a bigger screen on the iMac and a more powerful Mac Mini desktop are also possibly going to be announced. The Monday launch event will likely provide a release date for the latest version of Mac software and other Apple products that are known to be on their way. Meanwhile, consumers who never even knew what supply chain meant are getting a real schooling in it these days. And here's the latest from USA Radio's Tim Berg.
As supply chain shortages continue across the country, there is concern over how the problem is being fixed. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg appears on NBC's Meet the Press on Sunday to talk about what is driving these shortages and how the Biden administration is responding.
What I can tell you is that, we're doing everything we can for the short term and the long term. And there are some X factors out there on everything from, pandemic-related closures of factories and ports in Asia to things that are going on through the chain on the U.S. side.
That was Tim Berg, and for USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, here we go. Final hour underway. All right, last week, the Department of Homeland Security rolled out a sweeping new vaccine mandate for essential cross-border travelers, including truck drivers, that will go in effect in just a few months. The statement from federal officials, quote, beginning in early January of 22, Department of Homeland Security will require all inbound foreign national travelers crossing U.S. land on ferry, whether points of entry, land crossings, whether essential or non-essential, be fully vaccinated and provide related proof of vaccination. This approach will provide ample time for essential travelers such as truckers, students, and healthcare workers to get vaccinated. The U.S. has closed borders to non-essential travelers since the pandemic in March of 2020. Now, truck drivers as essential workers were not included in that travel ban. So the announcement that starting in early November, the U.S. will begin allowing travelers from Mexico and Canada who are fully vaccinated to enter the U.S. for non-essential purposes, visiting friends or family, tourism. Canada opened their borders to non-essential, fully vaccinated travelers back in August. It is not clear how the new mandate will impact cross-border truck travel as early, because the news comes during a time. What's leading the headlines? The global supply strains, the shipping concerns. There are a significant portion of the trucking community that is hesitant to get the vaccine. Now, CDL Life actually did a poll. Only 27.4% of respondents currently vaccinated, 26% reported they would prefer to be fired rather than take the damn thing. Are we just going to be, again, the unintended consequences? You think you've got supply chain issues now? Let's just keep doing the mandate thing and see where that goes. So I don't know. Meanwhile, back to the calls here. Melanie, hi there.
Hey, Steve, good morning. Let me go back here a minute. I don't care for talking on the radio, but I got hit with something really hard this weekend. You posted my Facebook post from last week. You read it on the air. I posted the picture of the diesel price, the $4.01 a gallon at the truck stop. And I put the comment on there about the prices of everything going up. Just a very normal post, I thought. We raised 8 children, and one thing I'm good at is watching my money. So when prices start going up and groceries bills start running an extra $40 a week, I'm getting real cautious on what I buy. My kids did not get that from me. They spend. So when I made that post on my Facebook, one, I didn't realize that I had it on public. It was to them to get them to pay attention to these prices and to start putting some money back.
Mm-hmm.
So I sell Cinti on the side, and I also, if you probably know from my Facebook, I breed Siberian Huskies and sell them.
Mm-hmm.
And when I make those posts, I put those posts on public. And I didn't realize when I made that post about the fuel that I didn't switch it from public to private. My post went viral. It's had over 46,000 shares, almost 9,000 comments, over 11,000 likes, dislikes, angry, whatever.
Wow.
I didn't expect that.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, it caught my eye when I was scrolling down my page and I came across it. It jumped out at me enough to want to share it. So,
and there was nothing wrong with what I said. It was actual numbers. I was sitting there with the calculator proving how much money I have lost on fuel since the Biden administration took over.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that post has caused me all kinds of issues now.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I actually put it to private Saturday. We went to Red Lobster for dinner, and I sat there and put it on private. I've been called all kinds of names. I'm the dumbest ass American in the world. I'm a stupid female. She's not a truck driver. She's copied this and pasted it from someone else. You name it, I've been called it. And I'm okay with that. I got big shoulders. But when you start threatening my home life, and I was literally getting threats on Messenger about my posts from people I didn't know. I woke up the devil here.
Well,
Friday,
what's the issue with people? The fact that you're pointing out that the prices have gone up because of the Biden administration? Is that what they don't like?
Oh, yeah, and because I'm a Trumpster. That means you're a Trumpster because you're talking about the Biden administration.
Oh.
Well, one, in my post, I did not say, Biden, you're responsible for the price of this fuel. I didn't say that. So everyone took it that way when I said, thank you, Biden supporters, for helping run America. That's exactly what I said in that post.
Okay.
I didn't say, Biden, you did this. I said, thank you, Biden supporters, for helping run America. Well, one, he is responsible. No, he doesn't set the price of fuel. I'm not stupid. But his policies and his executive orders absolutely have something to do with it.
Damn straight.
You shorten the supply. When the demand is like this, the price is going up. He cut the pipeline off. He shortened the supply, and amongst other things that he's done. And that very same day that I had made that comment, you had talked on the radio that night. I've been listening since I called in once on your last show. I've been on a cruise with your father.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a caller. I like to sit back and listen. But you commented that night about the price of home heating oil and what it was going to go up to this winter. I put that in my post. Well, 2 days later, Channel 10 up there in Columbus put that on there about how they look for it to be 53% higher for winter heating supplies. So, of course, everyone on that post is saying, well, that's not true. Heating oil is not going to go up. 2 days later, Channel 10 posted what you commented about 2 days prior. I said, you're running a little bit late. It's already been on the news. So, okay, long story short, after everything I've been called and all this, come Friday, I'm at home. I'm an owner-operator. I use the product in my diesel. I use it in the oil. And it's taken my fuel mileage from 6.8 miles per gallon to 7.2. So I'm very happy with the product that you're supporting. I'm an owner-operator, and I'm home every day. I pull a tanker. So I get home about 3 o'clock on Friday. My husband's walking out the door with a bag of trash, and 2 police cars come flying up to my house. Can I help you? They asked for me. So I go to the door. I said, can I help you? And are you Melanie? Yeah, I am.
Mm-hmm.
And we're here about your suicide attempt. I said, my what? We've got a phone call from the FBI to come to this address because you're threatening suicide. You called the suicide hotline. Now, I'm standing there literally laughing my ass off because I'm thinking this is some kind of a joke.
Yeah.
And they said that I called the suicide prevention line and that the FBI called them to do a well check on me because I was making threats of suicide. And they thought that I needed to be taken somewhere for safety in a mental facility to be checked out.
Wow.
I'm not kidding. If my husband wouldn't have been standing there to hear this, he would have thought I was on something. So I said, okay, now I've had this phone number for 3 years. Can you tell me what number this call was made from? Maybe it was my last phone number and they never changed the address or anything on it, whatever. So he gets on his mic and he calls dispatch and he says, dispatch, can you confirm the number that this call was made from? Dispatch comes back on and says, caller number was not confirmed from the FBI. So now I know for sure that this call has to do with the FBI because I heard what dispatch said. I stood there for 20 minutes confirming I'm not suicidal. I offered them my telephone to look at my call log, and they seriously wanted me to. First, they say this one cop was a real asshole. He kept dropping. He had sunglasses on. He kept dropping them down to the tip of his nose, looking up over the glasses and looking me in the face. He said, "Do you want to go somewhere private to talk?" Because my husband was standing there.
Mm-hmm.
I said, "Absolutely not. I'm not going nowhere. You want to talk to me, you talk to me right in front of him. I'm not hiding nothing." 20 minutes later, they finally left and did not take me, evidently. But my opinion on this, that was my warning. I've stirred the pot.
Do you think maybe someone that you post, somebody that read the post, maybe, I mean, how would they... You know, obviously they know what your name is from the post. I think somebody was just trying to set you up. I don't know. How would they know your address? That'd be the confusing part to me.
How did they know my phone number? My phone number is not on there.
Sure. Wow.
So, you know, I've had all kinds of stuff running through my head about, you know, how did this happen? What's going on? And, you know, I've got a couple opinions and all that stuff. But my true opinion is that was my warning from the FBI to keep my mouth shut.
Interesting. Wow.
Yeah. Over that little post that I made, all this stuff has went down. Now, like I said, I since put that post on private. I didn't take it down. I put it on private, and so no one can share it anymore. But, you know, look what happened with Jeffrey and the suicide that he supposedly done. I told my husband, I said, if it comes up, I'm dead. And they try to say it was suicide, don't believe it.
I did not hang myself. Yeah, right?
Right, exactly.
Wow.
You know, conspiracy theorists, whatever. Something is not right with what happened on Friday with the police coming to my house and saying FBI sent them for a suicide watch.
That is bizarre.
Right. And I can't imagine any other reason why that would have happened right after I put that post on and it went viral like that.
Yeah, that's like I said, first thing that would come to my mind is some Biden supporter PO'd at you for making the post. And someone that voted for him, angry that you pretty much called him out. Yeah, thanks so much for helping ruin the country. So they're trying to ruin you.
Right, and that was one of my theories too. But then it comes down to how they called, and with my phone number, the number they called from was traced to me, is what that police officer said. They called from my phone. Now, you could spoof numbers. You know, I understand all that. Make it look like you're calling from a number that you're not actually calling from. But then it comes down to how did they get my number? So I've been all over on it. I thought I'd throw it out here and see what some of the callers thought about it, but I still believe that suicide whole thing comes back to my post that I made somewhere down the road.
That's wild. Well,
yeah.
Yeah, stop stepping on toes, Melanie. Don't be telling the truth like that.
I know. That's what I said. I couldn't believe that. It wasn't supposed to be public, but so it was. It was no lie in there.
No.
I didn't call anyone any names. I didn't make any threats. And I, kept my feelings in check about what I wanted to say on Biden. I addressed the supporters of Biden. So I just thought that was a little bit crazy and thought I'd share it. What happened after that post did what it did and rivaled some feathers is what I believe.
Yeah, it sounds
they don't like the truth.
Yep. Well,
yeah,
I took your number down, Melanie, because I'm going to get you a code for a first-time caller here, okay? So if you get a text...
Oh, well, that would be awesome.
If you get a text message, don't think, but I won't share your number with anyone else, okay?
That's fine. Well, you have a good morning, Steve.
Thank you for listening. Thanks for checking in. That's pretty wild. Okay. All right. Let's get a quick 2-minute timeout here. What do you think? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are. Dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Then back at it here. And back to the calls here. I believe Douglas, is that the handle? Morning. Hello, Douglas.
Hey, Steve. I'm going to change my topic. just behind what that young lady just called in about. You know that old saying, payback is a bitch? Well, she's getting the same thing what these school board members are getting. That's what they're complaining about. All these Trump people threatening them, publishing their addresses, phone numbers, and everything and stuff. So like I say, she may not admit it, but that's what she got.
Payback, huh?
That's it. But I actually called in about Fox News. Everybody at Fox News is vaccinated, even though they spew that mess about it's communist. for the government to tell you to take the to be vaccinated. And then, you remember when everybody was complaining about the hours of service when they changed the hours of service? Oh, I'm gonna quit. Probably one person quit. Oh, is Monkey Gouge? I'm glad he called in. Is he still hauling cows or he's hauling freight now?
He is hauling freight now.
You remember he said he wasn't going to go to the ELDs. He'll quit. So I guess he must be on ELDs then. So he lied. And then the old man that called in about Aubrey down there in Georgia. The old man don't know what he's talking about. What did you just say about the mall shooting? It's flight or fight. So if a man pull up on the side you with a gun, what you gonna do? You can't run. He's in a car. You gonna fight. And then on what got them in trouble, he called that DA to try to get her to cover for him. That's how the mess got out of control and stuff. And that's why she's gonna get locked up too for trying to cover it up. But have you heard the story about Trump telling the story about the snake? Have you heard that story?
Trump telling the story about snakes. I can't say that I have. No.
Yeah. The woman finds a snake that's about dead and she nurses it back to life. Then when she picks up the snake and hugs it, and the snake bites her, and she says, "Well, why did you bite me?" He said, "You knew I was a snake when you picked me up." So in other words, that's what Trump is doing to the Republican Party. He's already commented that if you don't audit all these states' votes and stuff, I'm going to tell my people not to vote in 22 and 24. Trump has taken over the Republican Party and stuff, and these fools are too ain't man enough to tell him to sit his butt down and shut up and tell it it's a lie. Everything is a lie. Did not the Arizona
hey Douglas, that should bode well for you, shouldn't it? Since you don't like Trump and you think he's a liar, wouldn't it bode well for you if he split the party up? I think you should be all in for him to split up the Republican Party because the Democrats would never lose again.
He's not going to split the party up. Y'all just ain't going to win nothing no more. That's the same thing he did with Georgia in that Senate race down there. He told the people not to vote.
There's old Douglas. I'm not even going to bother with it. Let's just move on. Who's next up here? Some things you just let it like water off a duck's back, if you know what I mean. Hello, Scrapyards. What's going on?
Happening?
Hey there.
What's happening, Captain? How the heck are you doing, brother?
Monday, doing all right.
Yeah, well, tell the wife I said happy birthday.
Will do.
Okay, that's a cut and dried case of Trump derangement syndrome right there, TDS.
Thank you.
But the lady caller, beforehand, well, there are companies out there where you can just take somebody's name or a phone number and pay them. Just go online on Google and reverse phone number search, or you can find anybody and get their cell phone number. And if you pay enough, you can get their text messages, the whole 9 yards, if you pay enough money. And it's all over Google. Just to look up a phone number search. I mean, bam. I mean, you scroll all day and all night long and all with different companies, and all as long as you pay them, they'll give it to you.
So if some Biden supporter got pissed off enough and wanted to spend the time and the effort to go after her for saying something on Facebook, yeah, they could make her life miserable. I used that one of them companies to find out my ex-old lady was cheating on me. And all that. Yeah, I got everything. That's my second ex-wife and all that. I basically did all the work for the lawyer. The lawyer got me a divorce for $300. She told me, he said that you did all the dadgum work for me. Here's all the evidence right here. We're going to nail her butt to the barn door. And they did. And, but yeah, it's, you can just go online and pull someone's information up, on these various sites. You pay them and, they'll even give you their credit score.
get an address, all the phone numbers, if they've got any other second phones, kind of hidden phones, second lines, things of that nature. Yeah, they'll tell you right off the hop.
So I guess in this modern era of modern technology, you can find out anything about anyone if you're willing to pay enough, right?
Yes, and never give anyone your email. Never. Like on these dating sites and whatnot, or game sites, things like that, never give out your email, because as soon as you go into your email and click on that link, bam, they're in like sin. They can do whatever they want through your electronics and turn around and make ghost phone calls from your phone. They can reroute, they can store kitty porn, the most horrible, ugly things that, and then say you can get in trouble for it too. It happened to a cousin of mine. They had ghosted his computer, and it had some of the most vile things on its files, hidden files stored on it. It went before the FBI, and then they finally realized he had been zombied, and it wasn't his fault. You know, he couldn't even find it on his computer, but they did.
Wow.
So you've got to be damn careful in this digital age. There's a host of a show, the Kim Commando show. You should really check her out. She is something else.
The computer guy, right.
Yeah, the digital goddess. Yes, I've learned a lot listening to her program.
Well, all righty. Scrap yards, fascinating stuff. Maybe that would be it, Melanie. Yeah, I've been told on more than one occasion. Yeah, I mean, if somebody wants to know about you, they can find your number, they can find your address, whatever they want. All right, we got to get a quick news break in here, though. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
A pair of Sunday shooting incidents in America leading the news as multiple people were wounded and 2 people are in custody after a shooting at a Pennsylvania mall on Sunday afternoon. Police in Lancaster say they were called to the Park City Center just before 2:30. They found 6 people needed to be taken to local hospitals, though they are expected to recover. The Lancaster Bureau of Police says there's no imminent danger to the public, and the 2 people they believe were responsible are in custody. In Grambling, Louisiana, though, 1 person is dead and several others wounded after a shooting at Grambling State University. It happened just after 1 a.m. Sunday during a homecoming event. Several victims confirmed at the scene, with one of them being a student who was hospitalized. A non-student was the one who died from their wounds. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. I want to tell you about my friends at Tangible Investments. Tangible is among the biggest precious metals and rare coin dealers in America. 35 years in business, billions in sales. They sold 1 rare coin collection for $15 million, the largest private sale in history at the time. They've been awarded the PNG designation. That means they're the best of the best in the world. But here's the big advantage for you. Tangible might just have the lowest overhead of any precious metals dealers. That means they can afford to give you incredible deals. Tangible will sell you gold at 1% over the New York spot price. Just 1% over the New York spot price? Who does that? No one ever. Just say Root. That's it. You get your gold at a price no one in America can match. This offer is limited to 5 ounces per family. Get started by contacting Tangible Investments at 800-300-8441. That's toll free, 800-300-8441. Be sure to say Root, 800-300-8441, or online at TII1.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, gotta get back to the calls here on a Monday. Close out the weekend, 18th day of October. Lone Ranger, what's happening this morning?
Good morning. Well, Steve, it looks like we're going to war. The leaders of the Haitian caravan have announced that they are ready to go to war with the Border Patrol.
Really?
Even though a federal judge has ordered that the Trump policy of staying in Mexico until you've been checked out and vetted and approved and whatever has to be reinstated. So now there's meetings going on right now with the Mexican officials because they don't like it either. But they're saying upwards of maybe 70,000 people are headed our way, and they're about 3 weeks away. So this is going to get interesting because we know we have a feckless weakling in the White House. And to him, it's not a crisis because he sees them as future Democrat votes. So this is why they're not addressing the crisis, because to them, it's not a crisis. They want these people. They want as many minorities in this country as they can, because generally speaking, minorities vote Democrat. Why, I don't know, but that's the way it is. That's the statistics show, unless you're Cuban. Cubans, he's saying, if you come here, you're going to get turned around, because many Cubans, since they have experience with socialism, will vote Republican. So now it's going to get real interesting. The other thing I have, people are losing their jobs because they're not getting vaccinated. They're being fired.
Yep.
If you're not vaccinated by a certain date, you lose your job. But if you're illegal,
Mm-hmm.
you don't have to get vaccinated, and you can get a work permit to go get a job. This country is so upside down, so screwed up. And where do we turn? If you get rid of Biden, you get Kamala Toe. If you get rid of Kamala Toe, who knows nothing, then you get Pelosi, who's totally agenda-driven. She is pushing hard to get this welfare social program through. They call it a reconciliation. Reconciliation with what? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But this thing is packed with socialist giveaways, packed with pork. I'm still waiting for them to connect the donors to these wacky pork items that are in there, but I haven't seen it yet. I want to know who. See, Biden thinks he can buy votes. Democrats like to buy votes. Newsom did it in California. That's why he's still there. He sent everybody a $600 check. Biden, of course, paid people to stay home. They love him for that. The stimulus checks, he's buying votes. But the reason they're buying votes is because they can be bought. People buy them to get what they need in the legislation. So they, in turn, as a politician, assume, and they're correct so far, that they can buy votes. And that's what they're doing. They're buying votes. So I'm going to go this week. Now, there's some huge tax increases in this bill. And one of them is capital gains.
Yep.
Now, we saw what happened with Obama when he raised the taxes, the business tax, the capital. We saw what happened. Companies left. And remember what Obama said? These jobs are gone. They're not coming back. These companies are not coming back. Well, guess what? When Trump came in, they came back. So now we've got Obama all over again. We're seeing the same thing. Higher taxes, higher business tax. Companies will be leaving. But my biggest threat, since I have these investment accounts, is the stock market dropping in value since they're connected to the stock market. So I am going over, possibly even today, and I'm telling him that I am cashing out. The time has come. Because, they always talk long-term about investments. Oh, you got to sit still, the market goes through a correction every so many years, Well, I don't have time to wait years for it to come back. So I'm going to go over, and he's not going to like it. And I'm going to cash out, and I'm going to tell him that you got to understand something. This is not, I went through this with the bank. They tried to keep me from emptying out the checking account. Told me I needed a short certificate, which you get when you get sworn in as executor. And when I got to the attorney's office, he said, that's not correct. That's a lie. He said, here's the account. If you look behind your dad's name, it says ITF. That means in trust for. That money was in trust for you. And the day he died, you need a death certificate and you get the money. So I went to the bank. He tried to talk me into all we're going to invest in this. We'll do this and this. And by 8-year plan. I said, nope. I said, you're going to give me a check, period. Then I'll worry about where I'm going to put it. So I'm going to go over there. I don't see anything good coming our way. Nancy Pelosi is pushing real hard to get this thing through, and I think she's gonna. And of course, they're saying, well, 3.5 trillion, maybe we can settle for 2 trillion, but they still haven't talked about the pork.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is where the money's going. One item, free college education for illegal aliens, that should be a no vote right there. Just one item. Who in the hell ever heard of rewarding somebody for breaking our laws and not respecting our laws?
Right.
Coming into this country illegally is legal. But the reason there's 70,000 people coming is because they have an incentive to come. The border's open. They each get $1,400, and they get set up with freebies, the free medical, free education, sometimes free housing. Where are these people going to go? They're unskilled people. It's not like we're bringing in scientists and engineers. These are all people that'll be working at Walmart and McDonald's and probably landscaping companies. Oh, speaking of landscaping, I wonder how the people feel that voted to keep Newsom in, who happened to be in the landscaping business now that he banned gas-powered lawnmowers. Steve, California, I was out there in January. They grow all year round. They cut their grass all year round. Landscaping and lawn care is huge business in California. And all these guys have these big zero-turn mowers, these Skag mowers that cost $10,000, $12,000. What are they going to do? I don't think they make an electric Skag zero-turn mower, not that I know of. But if they do, you can bet what it's going to cost. So he literally, in just one sweep with a pen, literally destroyed the landscape industry in California because everybody has manicured lawns and all kind of flowers and stuff. Anything growing is big business out there because it's all year round. So, and then the other thing I have on this COVID, this vaccine thing, besides people losing their job, when it comes to abortion, it's my body, my choice.
Bingo.
But when it comes to vaccine, it's your body, our choice. And that's not working for a lot of people. Now, here's two things you got to think about with this vaccine. Now, I got both shots because of my age, and I'll probably get the booster because I'm in the high-risk group. But I still don't trust it. I don't know what the long-term effects are. Now, here's why you don't see advertisements on TV. You see advertisements for medications all the time. But when you hear about the side effects, some of them tell you it may cause death. So whatever original problem you had might be less than death, I think. But the reason you don't see advertisements for Moderna or Johnson & Johnson or Pfizer with the vaccine is because when you advertise a medication on on TV,
full disclosure,
you have to list the side effects, and they don't know what the side effects are, or they know what they are and don't want to tell us. And the other thing that throws up the red flags, everybody, Pelosi and all the rest of them, you got to get vaccinated. It's the narrative right now. Got to get vaccinated. Got to get vaccinated. But guess what? Congress is exempt from the vaccination, and so are the postal workers. Why? I don't know. But they exempted themselves from the same thing they're telling you have to get. And that is not right. Just like when we had Obamacare. Remember? Oh, you got to vote for it and then see what's in it. But they exempted themselves from having to get Obamacare. Remember, you were forced to get Obamacare or else you were going to get fined. And then they goofed up because the fine was less than what the Obamacare cost. So nobody got it. And they wound up in trouble with it. So the problem is politicians. Common sense people are starting to figure this out. Unfortunately, there's still about 40% of people who have no common sense. That's where Joe Biden's approval rate comes from, stupid people. But a lot of people have figured it out. You look at Loudoun County, Virginia, the parents are fighting back with these school boards with this wacky racist
critical
policies
race theory,
that they have. Critical race. And the guy, who is it? Is it Attorney General? That judge that Obama tried to put in, what the heck is his name? He tried to put him on the Supreme Court and they rejected him, but I guess he's Attorney General now. Is that what it is? Is that what his position is? Anyway, I can't think of his name. His son runs a company that installs these critical race theory programs into the schools. His son has a company that does that. And the big question is, why didn't he recuse himself when he was appointed to that position? What is that guy's name, Steve? It was the judge.
Garland?
They made it. Yeah, Merrick Garland. That's it. Whatever his position is, he's in a position to control what happens, and his son is making millions of dollars by it's so crooked. We have the most crooked government in the world, and I am totally sick of it. I'm going to cash out. I'm going to work with the money myself, And as soon as housing prices come down, because right now, housing prices, the average cost of a home right now, as we speak today, is higher than it's ever been in history. These prices are so inflated. I've been dealing with a couple real estate agents out in Arizona, and I said, I'm going to sit back and wait. I'm going to be the guy that when it crashes and all the banks are selling the houses for half price, I'm going to be the guy that writes a check. I have to wait a while. I got to stick in this stinking Northeast for a while, but my day will come. So that's about all I got. Talk to you later.
Yeah, Garland's the one who's sicking the FBI on the parents speaking out at some of these school board meetings. And yes, he's correct. His son and I believe daughter-in-law are the ones that are actually like it works for the company where they publish and sell these. I guess it's the whole curriculum, the books and the tests and all that stuff to the varying school districts around the country, and that's undoubtedly a conflict of interest that he's got there. With that, we get a quick 2-minute timeout. We're heading down the home stretch on a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here on a Monday. Close out the weekend. Hope you had a safe weekend. Deputies in Florida discovering 32 illegals being pulled in a boat behind a pickup truck. Routine traffic stop. Monroe County Sheriff's deputies, migrants suspected of traveling to the U.S. from Cuba, hidden in the boat after actually pulling the truck over for moving too slow in Marathon, Florida. Routine traffic stop of a rental truck hauling a large boat and found 4 suspected migrants in the vehicle, including 3 young children. They then discovered 2 pregnant women and a 17-year-old with dozens of other migrants hiding in the actual boat. Noted the children in the truck, the lack of safety belts, as well as the overwhelming smell of salt water and body odor. 29-year-old Rydell Espino charged with child neglect because none of the children in the vehicle restrained, Espino claimed the group, we were out fishing. Law enforcement officials did not find any fishing equipment in the boat, though. They were transferred to Customs and Border custody, and Espino went to jail, according to the sheriff there. All right, real quick, let's see what's going on with Chris, I believe it is. Morning, Chris.
Morning, Steve. Hey, I think they're expecting trouble up in Chicago today. There's a cop on the side of the road with lights on about every 2 miles, and they put these big construction signs up that say, you're being video recorded. But they still had 8 cops to chase one guy down the street somewhere. I don't know what his problem was. But I had to hang up earlier. I want to talk about these ports and everything. I go into the rail yards. I tell you, the difference between the rail yards and the ports is night and day. 'Cause I just made it into 2 railroads. I dropped the load, picked up the load in the middle of Chicago, about 15 miles apart. It took me 45 minutes, but that was a lucky night. But I went into those ocean ports for a while on the East Coast, and their system is so damn inefficient. And I heard you say earlier they don't have room. I missed a little bit of it. That is the big problem, because I go into one rail yard in Joliet. This thing is over a mile long. It's got 6 rows of 600 trailers. And all they do is they line the trailers up on one side of the track, and they line the chassis up on the other side. They unload the train to the one side, and they load it from the other side. But these ports can't do anything like that, because those big gantry cranes, I don't know. I haven't been in them a while, but you can't get a truck anywhere near one of those gantry cranes. They can't control those things. You know, they have gantry cranes at the rail that are about 3 stories high, and they have a hard time controlling them. But they have special trailers. They have to get a yard truck to take one of these trailers over there, and they drop it on there, and it kind of has guides, so it'll sit down in the trailer. Then they haul it over to the pile. And when you hear these newspaper reports about the crane operators, they're usually, I think, talking about the lift operators, the forklift operators. Because they have big modified forklifts. They have to take that off, put it in a pile, and then the driver has to come in, and they get another forklift to pull it off the pile and put it on your trailer. That's what takes so long. And when you take one in, it's the same thing. It's a nightmare, you know. It takes a day to get a trailer off and a day to get it back on.
Wow.
But you don't have to mess with any of the cranes in the rail unless you want to change chassis. But and they don't have room. You know, they have to stack them that way.
Well, I mean, with what I was seeing, the video of the yard being stacked and packed as it is, I don't know, where are they going to put all the containers that are on the 88 ships that are sitting off the coast yet, waiting to be offloaded? It is crazy. But with that, we are fresh out of time. Got to wrap it up here on a Monday. We missed several callers. My apologies. Hey, we'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight, though. Hope you'll join us for another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.